Hello, are we live? Let me check. Just get everything sorted here. See what's going on. I don't know if we are live. Are we live? Let's find out. Oh, we are live. Okay. Let me get the right thumbnail in here. Assumably. What is going on here? Oh yeah, it's got the old thumbnail. Let me fix that. And make sure everything... What the heck? That is still not right. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna have to do it the other way. I just cleared all that crap. There we go. Alright, that should be right now. Yeah, okay. Got the thumbnail right, and I think I'm ready to go public with this thing. So, let me do that. Make sure all my other settings are good. Yep, that's good. We are... Whoops. Where? Man, every time I do this, it's like starting over again. How do I get the privacy back to where I want it? Monetization, details. Here we go. Public, and we are off. Okay. Sorry about that. Let me double check that we are in fact... Oh, I see people are popping in. Sweet. I know I started just a little bit early, but I was getting antsy and bored. And I'm ready to get started. But a few things of... just jumping in with a few housekeeping things before I get started in full. I just want to thank you all, as usual, for just continuing to watch, continuing to sub. We are almost at 5K. Like, it's the final march as of recording today. We are at like 4,900 and like 20 something, I think. So we are almost there. That is exciting. Something I didn't necessarily anticipate I'd ever get to when I first started this channel. So that is super cool. Also, special thanks to the current patrons, which I do not shout out their names enough, and so I'm going to take a second to do that here. Right now we've got Alan M., Carl K., Lord Slothrop, Kevin LB, David D., Nick P., Antonio B.O., and Sean T. And by the way, to any existing patrons or ones that are considering jumping on for that, let me know if you have ideas in terms of like what I could do with tiers, how I could make it more enticing for you to jump on. I really only expect people to do like even just the dollar tier is awesome because it just helps me go. Yeah, notifications, man. YouTube, they don't give a shit. They don't care. Whatever. But yeah, so that is Patreon. Before I jump into the festivities and start talking about all of my albums too, want to just run down something I did at the end of the last live stream, but I want to do it at the beginning just as a refresher in case people aren't aware. Kind of the purpose of this channel. Why did I start it? The main reason ultimately is that I was seeing so many awesome underground metal groups just not getting any attention, and constantly seeing, groups like Metallica making all these sales with just subpar new releases, or even just coasting on old releases, and I was just like, you know what? I'd love to be able to help get more eyes and ears on this stuff. So ultimately, that's what it comes down to. Like, obviously, there's other things too, in that I just enjoy doing this, but it all started because I wanted to get more people checking out that stuff. So even when I promote like a bigger album, I'm really trying to make an effort to like tag a smaller artist onto the end of it, or just use that as an opportunity to draw in new subscribers and then funnel them into something like Best of Bandcamp, which is solely focused on like weird, obscure, smaller releases. So just putting that out there. How you can help with that too is something that I think people who are on YouTube take for granted because it makes sense to them, but people who aren't may not understand this. But the way the YouTube algorithm works is that kind of the biggest things are, hey, what's up, Toxic Rooster? The biggest things are views and watch time. And watch time is kind of king. And it kind of makes sense from a business standpoint if you think about it, because YouTube are in the business of keeping you on the platform and watching as long as possible, because then they can feed you ads and they can make money off of that from a business standpoint. So they're going to promote content that keeps you on the platform. And so if we're talking about that purpose and tying that in, hey, what's up, Violent Wind, and what's up, the Cajun Metal and Rock Show? Oh, nice. After the Dowboys interview, cool. Hey, what's up, Riff Notebook? The way you can help, and this goes for you watching live right now or if you're rewatching this later, is watch the videos even if you're not interested in the topic, because what happens is that every time, because click-through rate is a thing too. And what click-through rate means is that if you see a video on my channel and you see the thumbnail and you don't click it and you go past it, that counts against it. And YouTube, if that happens enough, YouTube will be like, oh, people aren't interested in it, and it won't like serve it out to people who might actually be interested in it. So the best thing you can do to help me in that goal of the channel of getting underground artists heard is, even if you're not that interested in the topic of the video, click it anyways, let it play through, even if you're not paying attention. Because what that's going to do is YouTube's going to think like, okay, people are interested in it, and it's going to serve it out to other people who might be more interested than you are. And that's going to be really helpful for the bands. And that's what hurts the most. And that's part of the reason why I stopped doing as many just single standalone reviews for smaller bands, because people don't watch them. Like, that's just the reality. People don't watch them. They skip over them, and they end up dead in the water. Like, I've had a few where, my average, successful review at this point goes anywhere from, like, usually 600 to over 1,000 views, which is modest, but it's good. But there are plenty of reviews I've done where it's stopped at, like, 150, or sometimes even less than that. And then that artist doesn't get seen. And so it's a bummer for me. But that's just the way the algorithm works. So just putting it out there in terms of what can be the most helpful. And yeah, with that out of the way, let's get into the collection, because that's what we're all here for, I hope. That was what the poll overall recommended. We can do some other stuff later too. I don't know if I'll get through all of this, because as you can see, there's a lot. There's a lot on this shelf. But I will start kind of section by section and see what comes up, and we'll talk along the way. And also hello to Mordez Flames from Brazil, living in Scotland. Very cool. Riff Notebook says, that bugs me when people only watch vids about their 5 favorite bands or whatever. Stuff like this is my go-to way to discover new artists. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm trying to do. But unfortunately, that's human nature. Like, people are just much less likely to click something they're not already familiar with. That said, let's dive into it. So up top here, I can even just start with that because it's going to get in my way. Got some Amon Amarth. We've got the Deceiver of the Gods box, actually. And this was actually a nice find, because there's a couple really cool CD stores in the Portland area that have like used sections that are specifically for metal. And I want to say I got this for like $8, maybe like $7, and it still had all the stuff inside. I've since kind of like moved some of it around, but I've got the booklet and everything in there. I'm not gonna go through each one individually because that would take fucking forever. Let me start grabbing stuff here. Let's grab a good chunk here to kick things off. Oh shit, I lost track of where the starting point was. This way, right? Yeah, I think so. I should probably have the chat open too while we're going. Cool. All right, so we've got 156 silence. Let me fix my window a little bit more here too, because I hate seeing the delayed video. It throws me off. Riff Notebook also says, been trying to get into a Monomarth for a while. They were my brother. What, like your brother's band? All right, so 156 Silence, really awesome hardcore band. This album came out, I think, last year. Kind of like hardcore, metalcore. A little bit of like Daughter's influence too on this newer stuff. Super heavy, highly recommended. I'm gonna not say highly recommended because anything on my shelf pretty much is gonna end up being highly recommended. What else we got? Some of this will be fun because I actually haven't dug through this whole thing in a while. We've got Surveillance, which the band sent to me. I covered this in a roundup early on in the channel, I want to say. They're like a industrial kind of duo. A little bit more than that. That's an oversimplification, but you can find them on Bandcamp. It's spelled 5RVLN5. Yeah, yeah, I do that too. And feel free in the chat too while I'm doing this. If you want to just jump in and say something about whatever, have at it. We've got the latest Abbott album, Outstrider. Was quite pleased with this one. I liked the first one, but I thought the second one just like knocked it out of the park. Really solid effort from him. I could really use some really solid black metal. Like there's been some, but it's just not been like it's not a year for me when it comes to black metal this year. I don't know what it is. Hope you like my little straw hole that I've rigged up for my drink here. Abigail Williams. What's the name of this album? I'm forgetting. Isn't it the Accuser, I think? Really sick album. Charlie Fell actually plays drums on this. Is he not he's not credited. Oh wow. There was some I think it's resolved now as far as I understand, but there was some bad blood for a while between a couple different people. Oh no, he is. I'm wrong. C Fell. He is credited on here. He's done bass, drums, and some vocals on here. Dude from Lord Mantis. He's a friend, homie, very talented dude. Abigail Williams does some pretty cool black metal. Their newer album I was not as keen on. I liked how just fierce and aggressive this was. The newer one was more melodic, which just wasn't really what I was looking for at the time. What else we got here? We've got Absu with Terra. Now we're talking. Lots of black metal on the front end here. It's just turned out that way. I love the diary profile pic. Juniper Dallas, yes. If you have not listened to this and not listened to this band in general, like you need to do that right fucking now. This album is sick. Like this is one of my all-time favorite black metal albums. Probably one of the best like US black metal albums, and only coming close to it is one of their other albums, which they have a couple, but I also really like this one, which is just called Absu, spelled with a Z. I have it upside down. And this is the like silver version of the cover. There's also you'll normally see this cover looking very green, but both of these albums are fucking sick. This one's cool because the guitar work is like, I describe it as almost like Dillinger Escape Plan black metal. It's very, very crazy, and Prescriptor is an insane drummer, so you need to check out Absu if somehow you've missed them. Yameorshi, probably butchered that, says Old Nick is a sick black metal project, constantly dropping new stuff. Juniper Dallas says thanks, I'm falling into 90s emo rabbit hole. Hell yeah, dude. I get down with that sometimes. Mordaz Flame says saw Prescriptor playing with Zemiel last year in Glasgow. That's awesome. Yeah, I did get to see one of the probably close to final Abzu shows here in Portland before they split. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with his kind of solo extension that he's putting out, finally, whenever that happens. Um, yeah, Riff Notebook, you gotta check it out, especially since you have Riff in your name. That Absu is just packed with. It's one of the few black metal bands where I'd be like, this is a Riff band, and you don't say that about many. I'm Nelson says, really enjoyed your best female fronted metal video. Thank you. I really had fun putting that together. I wasn't sure how people were going to respond to it, and it has been one of the most successful videos in a while. Looking forward to seeing that growing. And I love female fronted bands, and I have a lot of them. That was like a very small fraction of the ones I enjoy. So I'm hoping to do more of those moving forward and make it into like a true series. Cajun Metal and Rock Show says, I love listening to black metal while going on rampages in New Vegas. Hell yeah, dude. I think I'm going to hit... Oh, you reminded me, too. I think I'm going to get on Xbox Live later, too. If you all want to, like, game with me, I don't play too many games anymore. Like, I used to be a huge gamer, but I just don't have time anymore because I got 3 kids, y'all. Like, I keep busy. But they are away for the weekend, so I've got some time. But... yeah, my gamer tag is Flight of Icarus, and it is spelled wrong because I spelled it wrong when I made my gamer tag, like, I don't know, probably over a decade ago. And so it's FLIGHTICARIS, or I forgot the of. FLIGHTOFICARIS is my gamer tag. So if you want to play like Destiny or Halo, like I play a lot of pretty older games at this point, Grand Theft Auto 5, whatever, you just want to dick around, I will probably do that when I'm done with this. But let's move on. We've got Aborted with Retro Gore. I was pretty late to the game when it came to Retro Gore, or when it came to Aborted. I just never like jumped on the bandwagon, but this album came out and it just stomps so fucking hard. I love this album. It is just packed with so many hits, and yeah, just banger all the way through. Yeah, man, it's hard to find time now. Following that up with another Aborted album. Love this cover too. They've got a lot of cool covers lately. So this is Terror Vision. Didn't like it quite as much. Man, that light is fucking with me. Didn't like it quite as much as Retro Gore, but it's a solid follow-up. Looking forward to hearing more from them probably pretty soon, because they kind of are on a cycle where it's like they drop an album, the next year they drop an EP, and last year they dropped an EP. So maybe we'll be getting another album soon. In a similar vein, we've got Abnormality with... this one has a long title too. I'm trying to remember what it is. Mechanisms of Omniscience. I guess it's not that long. This was cool too because Malika, the vocalist, was one of my earlier interviews on the podcast. So you can actually check out my conversation with her. She was super cool, really nice. I didn't know she works in video games too. Like that's her primary job. But it made more sense when I thought about it because she worked with like harmonics, I think. And her song, one of their songs was on Rock Band. And I'm like, oh, that makes so much more sense now. I always wondered why this like obscure, brutal death metal band ended up on this game. And yeah, she had those connections. So thought that was neat. And then we talked about, we both love Deftones. So we were just like chatting about that. But sick album. Looking forward to hearing more from them. Oh, and I also have the other one too, which was Sociopathic Constructs. And this was the album, I think, the cycle we were on when I did that interview. So awesome female fronted brutal death metal. We'll have to include them in another one. They were actually in my first list of female fronted bands, but that is a very old video, no face cam. I was just kind of transitioning from pure podcast, and so it's a little rough, but when I went back and watched it, I'm like, okay, this isn't terrible. It's just not not up to the quality of today. This is appropriate. I was looking forward to talking about this. We got chat here. So the Cajun Metal and Rock Show. I have the white pony tatted on my shoulder. Blade love my shoulder. Blade love Deftones. Nice, dude. I've been wanting to get that white pony tattoo in a while. That's like on my bucket list of things I would like to get tattooed. But they're so damn expensive, and I just like I'm always like, oh, there's so many other things I could spend that money on. This one's gonna be good because it is a very Portal weekend. We just got 2 albums from Portal. You can check out my album review of Avow and then my tier list of the albums. Riff Notebook says Deftones easily my top 10 favorite bands ever. Yeah, I think me too. In fact, I have a sweater here. Some of you may have seen in videos that the wifey got me, and it is the self-titled cover. But we have Boston Terriers, and we are big Boston Terrier fans. So this is from Terrier Cult. I'm not sponsored by them, but hey, Terrier Cult, if you want to sponsor me, call me, email me. We'll set something up. Just really starting Deftones journey, man. I'm almost jealous of you. I miss those early days, like thinking back to the first times I was listening to Deftones in high school. First time hearing like Adrenaline, and then Around the Fur and White Pony classics. Anyways, like I was saying, so Portal, big Portal weekend. Another band I always recommend to people who like Portal is Abyssal. And this album, Anti-Catastasius, is just a monster. It is just this cavernous, ridiculous, vicious thing. So good. They put out a follow-up last year, which was good. It was a lot doomier than I expected, though, because they tend to be more like I guess they kind of went through the same thing Portal did, because like Ion and Vexavoid were kind of more technical and fast and kind of grindy almost, and that's how this album is. But then they both transitioned with Avow, and then for Abyssal, they had a doomier album too. But yeah, that album is fucking sick. Yeah, Koi no Yokan is one of my favorites. All right, let's grab a few more here. So, we're getting to some. Speaking of high school, we got some All That Remains here. I'm going through these backwards, I think. So I'll work my. Am I going through this backwards? I'm getting all flipped around here. I'm gonna get my collection all fucked up from doing this. How it was in there like that? Yeah. So I got to go from this side, and then. Yeah, I think I'm doing this right. Oh, I do have the other Abyssal album. Here it is. Cool cover, cool album, just not quite as good. It's called A Beacon in the Husk. You can find both of those on Bandcamp, by the way. Also, appropriate that this is in here. Another band I recommend to people who like Portal sometimes is Adversarial. They're more of a black metal band, and they're more kind of raw production, but they're on Dark Descent Records, at least for this album. This one's called... how the fuck do you even pronounce that? I don't know. I don't remember the name of this album, but it's really good. Super just cavernous black metal with lots of blast beats. Really like underproduced blast beats too, which is always fun. I'll get to that All That Remains though, for sure. What else we got here? A Neon. Another black metal band, but this is like a progressive black metal band with some symphonic elements too. Very cool. Super artsy kind of. If you like stuff like A Forest of Stars too, recommend them as well. Also on Bandcamp. They have a couple really solid albums, but this was just their latest one. It's been a little while. They have a pretty they go a couple years between albums, so I don't know when we'll be getting another one. I did just happen to, by coincidence today, get an email that they put out like a B-sides collection. But yeah, I don't know if we'll get a new album. But if you want something really like expansive and more progressive, but also very black metal, you should check that out. Okay, here's some high school stuff here. So, I guess this was more college for me. After the Burial, getting into the whole After the Burial collection, we've got Rare Form. This is the redone Rare Form when they picked up the vocalist that they have now, because originally they had a different vocalist. Rare Form is sick. Like, this is such a example of a really solid metalcore gent album. And then like all the others too. So In Dreams, love that one. This one's a little bit more melodic, I would say, overall. A little bit more proggy even in places. We've got Wolves Within, which is probably my least favorite just because of the production. There's some really sick songs on here. I love that cover too. That is such a like 2000s cover. I always joke that like with the birds, like the anytime you see what you call it, like a not a shadow, like a profile or whatever of birds, it makes me think of early 2000s metal album covers. And then we've got Dig Deep, which is another personal favorite. They came back strong with this one. This album is a fucking banger. Really sad too, of course, within context with the guitarist passing away. And then we had the latest one, which is Evergreen, which is also just kind of okay. It was a little inconsistent. I was pretty disappointed after Dig Deep, but it's still solid. Love following these guys. After the Burial's a sick band. Going back to some black metal, we've got Oculus with The Dreaming Eye. You might have caught my review of the newer one just this past year, which was also cool. And I had Nas Alchemeth on the podcast. He was interesting guest, cool guy, kind of a shut-in, but still very personable and cool talking to him about how he puts all this together, because he does most of it kind of himself. So yeah, Oculus, love that cover too. Probably one of my all-time favorite covers. Find it on Bandcamp. Yeah, see, this is where it gets fun. This is the Elia Conscious. This is actually an album that I picked up at a concert back in college. They were just a local band. It's just 3 songs. I'm trying to remember exactly what they sounded like. I think a lot of the bands that night were like instrumental, kind of proggy bands, sort of like Russian Circles kind of stuff. So I think they kind of fell into that. But yeah, I haven't listened to that in fucking forever. Yeah, dude. Oculus. What's up, Blackwater? Good to see you. All That Remains, like I said. So there are 2 great All That Remains albums. I know they have gone so far downhill since then, are kind of a joke now, but this Darkened Heart is a fucking jam, y'all. Like, this album, so many riffs, so insane, so sick. Love the heck out of it, man. I got to see them perform a lot of this album live at the First Sounds of the Underground tour too, which was cool. And then the other one is the one right after, The Fall of Ideals, which some of you at bare minimum may know the song. Oh, which one was it? One of the songs was on either Guitar Hero or a Rock Band. Now I can't remember which one it was. Was it 6? Y'all have to let me know. What's up, Juniper Dallas? Oh, you're already here. You're saying hey to Blackwater, I think. I think it was 6, which has that like it's a sick riff. This Calling, Not Alone, bangers, man, bangers. I know not everyone's into metalcore, but I am. So what are you gonna do? That's what I came up on. All right, and finishing up this section here. Now we're really getting into the rest of the Amon Amarth. Is this shit in here backwards? Wait, no. Hang on. I'm going to get to the Amon Amarth. Ooh. Oh, God. All right, so I put this, I believe, in my top 10 or at least top 25 albums of the last decade. And that is Altar of Plagues, Teeth, Glory, and Injury. This album, also on Bandcamp, they were kind of like a post-black band, but this album is just something else. Like, it is this very like industrialized version of like atmospheric black metal. It is haunting as fuck. Like, every time I listen to this album, I am captivated. It is so good. It has stuck with me over the years, and you need to listen to it. Like, I loved it enough that I went out and got the physical copy. I think I just happened to find this at another Portland CD store too, which was pretty cool to even see that on a shelf. Wasn't expecting into it. Yeah, dude, I got into a lot of bands from Guitar Hero and Rock Band too. Yeah, it was 6, and it was on Guitar Hero too. Yes, thank you all for doing that. All right, so Alterage may have caught my review of the latest one, which I have not bought. I probably will, but I just haven't yet. But I have their other albums here. I'm missing one. I'm missing the first one, so Nihil. But I've got Ending Hent, which is fucking awesome. Again, another band, if you love Portal, definitely check out Alterage. Very similar, I would say. Probably the most similar. And then I've got The Approaching Roar, which is awesome. Blackwater says, industrialized black metal, I'm in. It's a huge Anal Nathrak fan. Now, just understand that it is not like Anal Nathrak. Like, Anal Nathrak is big and bombastic and fast and, like, kind of campy almost. Ultra Plagues is, like, somber and very serious, very kind of plotting, too. It's not like... It's almost like sludgy, I guess I would describe it. I don't know. You got to check it out, though. It is. I'll be really interested to hear what your reaction is. Oh, man. Throwback here. Okay, high school again. American Head Charge. The War of Art. I still unironically bang this album. Like, y'all, it's pretty solid. There's a tier list coming up very soon, too, that has to do with this album. But... and it's not an American Head Charge tier list. It's something more broad than that. But A Violent Reaction, y'all. Like, that song. That song is sick. And then Seamless, Just So You Know. Like, there's some great ones on here. Love that one. So that's like industrialized new metal kind of stuff. All right, here's Amon Amarth. So we've got quite a few of these. We got Once Sent from the Golden Hall. I went through a kick where I just like went through and bought all this stuff whenever I saw it used. The Avenger, you can see all like the used tags are still all stuck on there. I got a lot of these cheap too. Personal favorite with Odin on Our Side. And we've got Surtur Rising, which I feel like is an ignored classic. Like, I think this is one of their top ones too. You can check out my Amon Amarth tier list where I ranked this quite high, and I was actually happy to see in the comments a bunch of people being like, man, I need to go back and re-listen to Surtur because I don't remember it being that good. And we got 2 more in the next section too. We've got Deceiver of the Gods, and we've got Twilight of the Thunder God, which is also amazing. Those are all my personal favorites. Obviously, there are gaps in my collection of albums that I'm just not quite as into, but yeah. Good times. Always great album art, too. It's kind of fun to buy their stuff. All right, let me put this stuff back and make space for the next onslaught here. One section down. And how long have we been at it already? Probably a while. So yeah, I doubt we will get through this whole thing in this one stream, but we'll see how far we get. All right, put this back. And again, feel free to just jump out in the chat or whatever. Riff Notebook asking, isn't that the one with the Aerials cover? Which... I don't know which album you were referring to when I was talking about that. So you can clarify. Also, just sitting on my desk, I haven't put it on the shelf yet, is the latest Vexed album, which was also on my female-fronted list. Banger. Banger. I know I'm going to keep using that word, but banger. Shit is sick. All right. What do we got here? Oh, right off the top, we've got... There's not really a good spot for this because it's like a big, like, it's almost like a mini vinyl case. I love this band because they always do really cool packaging and artwork. But this is the History of Death and Burial Rituals Part 2 from Death Karma. We will get to Part 1 later on, but that's just kind of stuck in there because it doesn't really fit very well. Yeah, dude, Vexed. Hell yeah. Oh, Surtur Rising? It has an Aerials cover? I don't remember that. a lot of times I have like a different digital copy than I have actually on the shelf. So you may be right. Let's see. Oh, speaking of Anal Nothrock. All right, so yeah, Anal Nothrock, The Whole of the Law, easily for my money their best album. The only album that I really like, kind of repeatedly like listening to over and over again. I like some of their other stuff. Their new album was all right. I know I fight with Quest for Metal and Jamie about this all the time because they thought it was like God's gift to the world, and I think named it one of their best albums of the year. But I strongly disagree. I'll just leave it at that. Whole of the Law, man, I love how just like operatic and symphonic that one gets. It's just huge. It's just a massive sounding album. What else we got in the chat here? So Twilight of Thunder God's the best. Yeah, it's a sick album. This band is bonkers and I love it. Which one are you referring to? Are you listening to one of the ones I recommended? The Whole Law was amazing. Definitely one of their best. Hell yeah, dude. Fully agree. Ooh, I forgot I even bought this. I've got Ancients. Kind of a cool, like, progressive metal band. Season of Mist. Good times. You can find this one on Bandcamp, too. I'm shocked at how much, like, Season of Mist and, like, Dark Descent stuff I can find in the stores here. That's the one thing I can thank the hipsters for here is, is they bring some of the more obscure stuff to some of these little shops. Boy, this must have been something that was sent to me. Every now and then I get a label or a band sending this to me. This is Norlhar? I can't pronounce any of this. Assumably black metal. Obviously, it's been long enough that I haven't listened to it that I can't even remember what this is. So if anyone can identify that, you can check it out. I'm running out of space on my shelf, and I'm considering clearing out some things that like I don't really listen to regularly, and even like putting them on eBay or something. So if anyone's interested in grabbing some of this stuff, just let me know. I'm even gonna put that one aside to just make a slot there. Yeah, delay in the chat is annoying. It definitely is. Also, so quick opinion on the new Cerebral Rot single. I have not listened to it yet, I don't think. So I'll have to check that out. Yeah, dude, Sam Dunn. Yeah, I remember he does like that Ancients album. So, dude, I miss old Banger. Like, Banger, when it first came out on YouTube, was such a good channel. I consistently watched every video. I loved their Locked Horns segment with the live stream. I loved that Sam was on a lot more, and he would kind of, push some of these bands. And now it's just like, it's basically like, as much as I like, shit, why am I blanking on his name? I just made fun of him in a video too, even though I really like him. But the really funny guy, why can't I think of his name? Blaine, right? I think that's Blaine. I like him a lot, but it's just not the same when he's like doing every video, and there's no like banger hanger. It's all disconnected. Same thing happened with I don't know if anybody else watches Funhouse. It's just like another like comedy kind of like gaming YouTube channel. But I mean, first like two major cast members left, and then another one of the founding members got canceled, so then he left. And now and what's even worse than that, though, is that they're all still doing it remotely, and it's just not the same energy. And I know some of that like is unavoidable with how things are right now, but I unsubscribed from Funhouse, and I don't know, Banger, it's just not as good as it used to be. I really hope that they do some stuff. Discord link is expired. Let me give you a new one, as long as I'm right here. How do I do that again? Why do I always forget how to do this? Okay, here we go. Invite people. And then I gotta make sure that the link will not expire. Expire never. No limit. Generate new link. Copy. Boom. There's your Discord link. Yeah, please do join us. We're in there daily, and it's not just me. In case for people who haven't been in there, excuse me, it's me, the Metal Meltdown, Feigner, Pair of Jeans reviews, um, Chris, who writes the written reviews on the channel, is in there sometimes, but we're all in there pretty regularly. The conversation kind of ebbs and flows, which I kind of like. Sometimes when the Discord is like constantly rolling, it's overwhelming to me. And so I like that we're able to. We do a lot of kind of like YouTube creator chat stuff, but people jump in and it makes it fun too. So yeah, join on the fun. I love listening to metal music when I play with my son. Thank you for sharing, Tatiana. Now, if you try to promote your OnlyFans or something, then I'm going to kick you the fuck out. But you go for it, girl. Juniper, assumably girl. I shouldn't assume. Juniper, I think, is responding to that chat. Okay, with that said, let's continue on. Animals as Leaders. One of the few instrumental bands I really enjoy listening to. I like instrumental bands, but I have to be in a certain mood. But yeah, this is The Madness of Many, which is really good album. Really solid. As far as instrumental albums go, that's pretty high on the heap. We got, Arch Enemy with Wages of Sin. Probably my favorite Arch Enemy album. Angela Arch Enemy is best Arch Enemy, if you ask me. I will do a tier list on them eventually, but I'm going to wait until they're dropping a new one because that just tends to work out better. But yeah, Alyssa's fine. Like she's a solid vocalist, but she's no Angela. Like I remember, especially in high school, just like she was like one of my first exposures to like a female metal singer, and was like, fuck, this shit's awesome. that was the beginning of my love affair with that. And this album has such a good opener too, with the piano and the long build and everything. It gives me goosebumps just thinking about it. But yeah, Wages of Sin is fucking sick. What do we got here? Tatiana giving this. Slapping back. Animals as Leaders are fun. My hero, Tosin, is my goal as a guitarist. Hell yeah, dude. He is beyond talented. Does not do it justice. I gotta probably cover this up a little bit. Don't want to get in trouble here. Remember to turn it this way. We got Architects. I'm planning on going back and buying a lot more of their albums that I didn't have. But I got into them with Lost Forever, Lost Together. And even if you don't like Architects, this is the one album I would recommend. If you don't like this album, fine. Then you probably won't like any Architects. But to me, this is their pinnacle. This album is so good. It is like the perfect encapsulation of what that type of music should sound like when done perfectly. But I do want to go back and buy like Daybreaker and a couple of the other earlier albums too. I also have All Our Gods Have Abandoned Us, which is kind of like a part 2 of that album, but not quite as good, but still really solid. I wish they had a more interesting cover too. Too many bands have done this like circle thing, some iteration of it too, so yeah, it's just not super creative. But it does have another emotional poignancy too, because another band, unfortunately, that lost a guitarist way too young, and it has clearly changed the sound of the band since then too. Architects, Blast from the Past for me. Yeah, Cajun Metal, I don't know if you heard the new one that came out earlier this year, and I'm curious what you thought of that. I had a lot of mixed feelings, but I did a review and a tier list on that. Riff Notebook, I just got to say, I love that you stuck up for Daybreaker in your ranking. That album does not get enough love. Yeah, dude. I had not spent a lot of time with it, but that shit rocks. And then also the, I'm forgetting the name of it, but the one that's almost like a pop punk album where it's very melodic. Like, it is not like any of the other albums. I actually really like that one too. I had a lot of fun with that. I think that's the one maybe before Daybreaker. Can't remember. Blackwater, I definitely like Architects a lot more than expected. I don't like their last two albums though. Yeah, you and me both, man. The last two are not great. Um, I actually kind of liked the new one more than the one before it because at least the new one was doing something different. But both of them are not ones I would regularly re-listen to. The Here and Now, yes, Riff Notebook, thank you. Yes, that album, dude, that album slaps. And I came up with a lot of pop punk too. Like one of the first albums I ever owned was Dookie from Green Day. I'm a big Blink 182 fan. I'm a big I love all that stuff. Like sometimes I'm just in the mood and I go down that rabbit hole, and so listening to the Here and Now just took me back to that. No, I heard bad things about it, so I skipped it over. I should listen to it, just do it. Yeah, dude, you gotta form your own opinion. So, who knows? Sometimes, when everyone hates an album, it lowers my expectations so much that I feel like I end up enjoying it more. And then the opposite too. Sometimes everyone's raving about something, like an All Noth Rock, and I listen to it, I'm like, eh. I liked whole wait. Literally watching this on the bus home from work. What's up, the Metal Meltdown? Glad to see you here. PKR7366 saying nice shirt. Is that a torrential downpour member in the chat right now? Because that is what I'm wearing right now. I'm assuming maybe that's who that is, but it's hard to tell with that name. If so, welcome. The Riff Notebook. I liked Holy Hell a lot, but I'm having a hard time getting into this new one, which makes me sad. You don't have to like every album. Like, dude, talking about Deftones, and I've said this a million times before, but it's always my go-to example. Excuse me, I basically worshipped at the Temple of Deftones since I was like 16. But a good fan is willing to admit when a band did something you didn't like. And for me, that was Gore. I will daily not defend that album. Even though I love Deftones, I will shit on them for Gore constantly. But a lot of people love Gore too, which is also fine. But you don't have to love everything your favorite band does. Sum 41, my favorite pop punk band. What did you think of their new stuff? I was kind of... And also, the vocalist from Sum 41 did a guest appearance on the While She Sleeps album, which was kind of interesting. Mischievous face from PRKR. Riff Notebook, hey Metal Meltdown, love your content. Cajun Metal and Rock Show, heard the same about A Day to Remember new. Oh my god, that one, I rarely say this, but you can skip that one. I'd say still try it just because you should form your own opinion and not listen to that, but that album is atrocious. I did a review on that one too. One of the few albums this year that I absolutely just hated. It's their worst album, easily. Riff Notebook, I enjoyed Gore, but it's definitely on the lower end of the discography. Thanks, Riff Notebook. Cheers. I wasn't too crazy about their new stuff, says I am Nelson89. I cannot wait for their new album. This is a highly requested one, too, in terms of albums that are coming. But Archspire with Relentless Mutation. This album, man. This album. Those vocals. So fucking good. And shout out to other people that are in the Discord too, which I should have shouted out, but I didn't. The Forge Master Reviews dudes are in there as well. Big fan of their content. And they had an interview with... So the guitarist, if I'm getting this right, the guitarist has a YouTube channel, but then his girlfriend, who also plays guitar or bass... I don't know her as well. I only know her basically. They did an interview with her anyways. This is a short version on their channel. It's really cool. And she has a YouTube channel. And then they do a joint YouTube channel too. And it's very fun. It's the great metal content. And it's also just like couples goals. It's kind of adorable. I'm not going to lie. But anyways, Archspire is fucking sick. If you want some really fun, groovy tech death with really crazy rapid fire vocals. New Spectral Wound album is God, says Big Salami Mommy. Yeah, I've heard lots of good things. I actually just haven't taken the time to really listen to it. Blackwater says Archspire, definitely something I will be excited for. Yes, definitely. And Riff Notebook, yeah, Dean has awesome YouTube channel. I have not really watched it, so I need to do that. But I watch too much YouTube as it is. When I'm on YouTube, though, y'all, I'm not really watching a lot of metal content. I'm watching like Red Letter Media, used to be Funhouse, Game Grumps, like goofy gamer stuff, and like Chris Raygun, just weird like comedy content, and then also like true crime stuff, things like that. What did you think of the new Bulb single? I don't think I heard that, so I'll have to check that out. What's up, Brian, by the way? Dean and Klein are awesome and both insanely talented. Metal Meltdown Spectre Ruins, one of the best traditional black metal albums in recent memory. I've got one coming up too that I actually will be putting in a roundup that was one of the few kind of traditional black metal albums that I enjoyed so far. No Acid Bath, no, I do not have Acid Bath on my shelf. Spectre Ruin album knocks. Archaic, a smaller technical death metal band, kind of progressive death metal band on Unique Leader. These guys are sick. The album before this is also really good. This is Nemethia. Highly recommend these guys. They are really solid. It's not like that boring tech. I hate that really like traditional tech death where it's like all technicality, no substance. This is full of like melody and songwriting and just really good stuff. If you like stuff like the Faceless and things like that, you'll probably like Archaic. So yeah, it's Misha. Oh, I knew he was called Bulb too. I have not heard that yet, so I'll definitely need to check that out because I love me some Periphery. All right, what else we got here? We've got we're about to be going back to high school again, y'all. But I'll get there in a second. Dang it, how is this on the shelf again? It's like that, so like this. Right? Yeah, all my shit's gonna be flipped around. Feeling. Alright, so we've got another one that I think was sent to me, Archon and Faustus. Pretty solid black metal project, but another one that I don't really listen to regularly enough and might want to use that to clear up a little space. Oh, dude, Rings of Saturn. Ugh. I don't understand how people listen to that, honestly. It's just like so much wankery that it just loses all meaning for me. Very excited for their Artisan Era debut. Dude, Artisan Era is a great label too, so yeah, they'll do it right. Yeah. Oh, are they on the Artisan Era now? That's awesome. Dude, they fit in, they're right at home there too. And to be quite honest, even though like dude, Unique Leader puts out so much good stuff, but kind of quite honestly, fuck that label. They kind of some of the people who run that kind of annoy me. For reasons that I won't get into. Blackwater Rust, I thought they were deathcore. Yeah, Rings of Saturn is so boring and lifeless. I threw up listening to Rings. Dude, it's enough to make you dizzy and throw up for sure. Imagine thinking Lucas Mann isn't a hack. Oh man. Shit's getting real about Rings of Saturn in the chat. Yeah, man, signed a while back. Awesome. That's exciting because I love the Artisan Era and love the people behind it. Ooh, we got newer stuff here. The Armed with Ultra Pop. One of the most unique albums of the year for sure. Just totally weird. Weird, wild stuff. Kind of like, imagine, if you haven't listened to this yet and you haven't listened to my review, imagine a hardcore band doing like a art noise indie album. That's the best way I can describe it. If you listen to stuff like the Animal Collective and Crystal Castles, MGMT, and you like mash that up with a hardcore band, you get Ultra Pop. Also, highly recommend The Armed for their self-titled album. If you want something just more traditional, really aggressive hardcore, that was also one of my favorite albums of the last decade. Great stuff. Armed album of the year so far. That new Jute Gate. Yeah, I haven't listened to that yet. Now, Beyond Creation is an example of good tech death. Yes, Beyond Creation also very good. Oh, speaking of great tech death, though, Artificial Brain. Now, this is moving into a little bit more wankery, a little bit noisier, a little bit more dissonant. But to me, like, this is, like, for me, Gorguts is too much. Gorguts gets a little bit too noisy and chaotic, and there's not enough structure to it, and so I kind of get lost. Artificial Brain to me is like that, but done better. Which I believe there's some crossover in the musicians, if I'm remembering correctly. I could be wrong. Also, one of the members of this is in a kind of like math grind, mathcore project too, called shit, I'm blanking on it now. But anyways, Artificial Brain. This album, Infrared Horizon, fucking sick. Should definitely listen to it. In the chat, The Armed is so sick. Saw them years ago with Lorna Prida and Converge. Oh, that sounds like a sick show. Best intro to them. Any Life Lover albums on the shelf? No, I will have to investigate them some more. MGMT mixed with hardcore, I'm in. Yeah, dude, check out my review of that one in particular, because that's one of the reviews I'm probably most proud of this year and had the most fun putting together, because there's just so many weird references that were coming into my head, and I did a lot of editing on that one because they have really cool music videos too. So yeah, check that one out. I need a new Artificial Brain album. Yes, we all do. We all need that. Ooh, good black metal here. Consolamentum. This is I believe like 2015-ish album. Ascension. Or the band is Ascension. The album's called Consolamentum. This is really intense. Really intense stuff. They're if I remember correctly, a German band. And they have an album after this, maybe two even. But this is the one. This is the one you want. I love that cover too. It's just such a different color scheme for a black metal band too. Lots of like satanic and occult imagery on there too. Very cool stuff. Oh, another deeper cut here. Aspherium. You can find these guys on Bandcamp. This was a pain in the butt to get because they are just like distributing it themselves, and they're like a progressive death metal band. They're out of are they Finnish? Are they Swedish? I can't remember now. But this is a really solid album. It's a concept album too. Lots of sci-fi elements. Cool stuff. They also had an album after that one that I didn't quite like as much, but that one's really good. Got any B-Thong? No. No, I do not. I'm not even sure what that is. So you'll have to educate me. I know a lot, but I don't know everything, y'all. Did you watch Punk Rock NBA video Progressive Music, and what's your opinion? I watch all of his videos, so I must have watched that one. I can't remember what he said. I recall disagreeing with him some, but I mean, that's cool. Like, me and Finn, like, are actually, like, I won't act like we're, like, friends and we talk all the time, but, like, I have his number and I'll text him occasionally because he was on the pod. He was one of my early podcast guests. And he's a cool dude, and honestly, I like having friends that have different opinions than me, so, because it's boring if we all just get in a group think together. But yeah, I can't remember exactly what he had to say in that episode. B-Thong sounds like an Attila cover band. Ugh. Then no. I'm not really an Attila fan either, honestly. Alright, getting back to some high school stuff. As I Lay Dying, Frail Words Collapse. We're about to get into the whole collection here, so strap in. I still remember the day I bought this. From Hot Topic, no less. And I was choosing between this and Bleeding Through, This Is Love, This Is Murderous, which we'll also probably be getting to soon. And I can't remember which one I picked first, but I went back and got the other two. Started by... I keep burping like Rick from Rick and Morty in mid-sentence. And so, of course, we've got Shadows Are Security. We've got An Ocean Between Us, which is my personal favorite. Dude, every song on this album is a single. It's like the perfect version of this like 2000s melodic metalcore with kind of Gothenburgy riffs. This is the pinnacle of that. It was kind of all downhill from there, I would say. But I've got the others too. I also like Awakened. I like that they keep the little skull motif going all the way through too. It's kind of fun. Oh no! shit. Dropped that Death Cult album. Alright. Probably banged up another corner of it too. Alright, ooh. Why do I feel like... Wait, I'm missing one. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, I was going to say, we need one more. Alright, we've got... Or two more, actually. Powerless Rise. Solid Effort. And then the latest one, too, Shaped by Fire. Say what you will about everything regarding this band, but they were a big part of my high school experience. I have so many personal memories tied to that music, and I just think that they're like the best version of that sound. That's just my opinion. Finn gets too much hate. I don't always agree with him, but I'll always hear him out. Yeah, dude, he does. Like, people get so... Like, they take it so personally, and it's like, he even says in the video, I feel like he's pretty democratic about it too, where he's very careful to be like, you don't have to agree with me. This is just how I'm just one dude. That's how I like to come off too. He's been a pretty big inspiration to me, starting my channel. I can get where Finn is coming from with prog bands. Prog bands do tend to forget about songwriting, focusing too much on technicality. That is what he said. That's right. And I did agree with that. And I also, like... wanted to call him and be like, dude, have you checked out this band? Have you checked out this band? But I was not surprised when he shouted out Periphery as like a good example of balancing, which I agree. Like, I think that's why Periphery has done so well. It's like they've got the technicality and the insane musicianship, but they write good songs too. They don't forget to do that. No high school collection is complete without Significant Other. I think I have that in here. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure I do. Because low key, I can bang some Limp Bizkit every now and then for sure. This is all alphabetical too, by the way. He is wrong saying it's harder to songs Lords Royals than... Yeah, that part did kind of irk me too. I was like, performing, like writing, you could argue maybe, because it is hard to write like a... you know, a top 40 single. Like, if it were easy, then everyone would have one. But it's not hard to perform it. So, yeah, it was weird. Closed-minded metalheads, eh? Yeah, for sure. Imagine that. Periphery also innovated. For sure, dude. Every album has just gotten better and better. Like, and also to be at the top of your game and then drop an album where your first track is like, what was it, like 20 minutes? I think it's a 20-minute track. And they played it live at the show, too. Like, that's a ballsy move. But, like, they can do it. They've earned the reputation to be able to pull that off. So, and it's a sick song. Besides maybe Meshuggah, no one really invented Gent. Yeah, I'd say Meshuggah kind of invented it, and then Periphery popularized weaving that into the metalcore sound. That's the way I will say. Metalheads talk smack about pop, but couldn't write a decent pop song to save the... Yes, this is true. Check out the other new Portal album. I did a little bit. I kind of sampled it. I've been busy today. I'm not that into noise. So, like, just straight noise and, like, ambient albums. So, it's not really my thing, but I love Portal enough that I'll check it out. I'm a little salty that I waited to do my tier list and was so careful to make sure that I had, like, everything together and in order, and then they fucked me. They stabbed me in the back, and they dropped a second album that I didn't know about. So, what are you going to do? Also, Periphery is really catchy. Hell yeah, it is. Hell yeah, it is. We got to keep moving here. Yeah, Black and Noise. At the Gates. Slaughter the Soul. I am just checking my inbox every day for the new one. It'll be any day now, I'm sure. So looking forward to hearing that, even though, as the Metal Meltdown knows, because we've been arguing about this on the Discord, haven't been wowed by the singles. The two songs that are out now, I'm just kind of okay with. So I'm not like super amped about it, but we'll see. We'll see how it is. But Slaughter the Soul, of course, there's a reason I put it in my Mellow Death for Dummies video. Instant classic. Needs to be remembered till the end of time. Until the planet explodes. Yeah, Metal Meltdown says, go. Michael Campo says, Our Hollow, Our Home just dropped a hell of an album. You into them? I've not heard of them, so I'll have to check that out. Odessus. This one was sent to me as well, but I do like Odessus. They're a kind of like post-black E band. They lean more heavily into the black metal elements. They're more aggressive. They're not like Death Heaven or anything like that. I actually liked their debut, which was kind of more of a EP than this one. And this is technically like a continuation of this one because track 1 on this one is just called. They're all of their tracks so far have been Roman numerals, and so the first track on this one is just 6 because the first album had 1 through 5. And yeah, they're cool though. Worth checking out. You can find them on Bandcamp. Slaughter of the Soul, simply a masterpiece, of course. Hot take: Periphery better than Dream Theater. I personally would agree with that because I'm not a big Dream Theater fan, but you're going to get a lot of Dream Theater fans pissed off saying that. Am I into Slam? Asked Brian Walker. It depends, is the best way I can answer that. I really like certain ones, but again, it's kind of the same thing we've just been talking about regarding um, uh, really any genre, really. Like tech death we were talking about. So like gore guts for tech death is like too much for me. It's too like they lose track of the songwriting. Like I need a song. I need something I can latch onto. And even though I like weird shit like Imperial Triumphant and Portal, those bands still know how to craft a song that kind of brings everything together. Slam, I have a similar issue with in many cases where the slams start to supersede, the brutality supersedes everything, and it just becomes this amorphous blob of brutality that is just not fun to listen to. But certain bands are able to pull it off and do it really well, and kind of incorporate it into their sound. Off the top of my head, I'm like totally blanking on on which bands I would give as examples of doing it well, but there are some in my collection. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could even throw some names out there too if you want to in terms of do you like them, do you like them? But yeah, Slam, when done well, when done appropriately, and it's not just the main course, so to speak. You're using it as a Metal Meltdown. I'll appreciate this since he cooks. That's like he's in culinary. So, Slam should be like a spice. Should be like just an ingredient that you're using, and you don't want to overuse it because it's going to overwhelm the whole thing. Rivers of Nihil is a really good example of tech death band that knows how to craft a song. Hell yeah, dude. Because they get super proggy too, and I believe that album is on here too. I don't know if we'll get to it today again, because we're on the second section, and we've been at it for, what, like an hour? Oh, over an hour now. So we'll see what happens. I mean, I got nothing better to do, but I'm also getting hot in here, especially with this mask on. Besides Devourment and Abominable Putridity, I don't like Slam. Well said. You like Devourment and Mortician. I haven't really spent a lot of time with them, considering that now both of you in unison mentioned Devourment. I'll probably have to check them out. I'm passingly familiar with Mortician, but I don't listen to it enough to really be able to say. Bone Carver, a Slam deathcore. Yeah. I had their new album. I even considered doing a review of it. I liked what I heard, but it was another one of those situations where it felt like the songs felt very similar. I also said this isn't a Slam band, but more of a down-tempo deathcore band, Distant. I said the same thing about their album. Like, the whole album just feels the same to me, because there's like no dynamics. There's no pace changes. It all just becomes this one thing, and that's boring to me. I like diversity. People are asking me, like, how could you rate the new Gojira album so high? That was a big part of it. Like, every song is different. Every song is offering you a completely different flavor, but it all contributes to the overall experience. And other people might disagree with that, but I like some eclectic stuff. I hope y'all are being entertained by my straw hole. All right. Oh, more stuff that should be high school, but I actually didn't get into until like after college. I slept on August Burns Red for a very long time. No particular reason. I just did. But now I fucking love August Burns Red. And they're another band that they're one of the few like legacy metalcore acts that I think is still putting out really great material. So I've got all of them. I've got Thrill Seeker, which is their debut with the other vocalist. Decent album, not their best. We've got, I have a tier list for their stuff too, by the way. Messengers, which is of course a classic in the genre. But for my money, I think Constellations is even better. Constellations, fucking sick. Leveler is solid. Little less memorable, but still a great album. But they haven't made a bad album, honestly. Rescue and Restore. One of my personal favorites. I love this cover too. It's actually my wallpaper at work because it has such like a good like mental health connotation to it too. And then we've got more over here. We've got Found in Faraway Places. Man, for a band that's been around this long to just up and drop one of their best albums ever, that was sick. This album gets so progressive and experimental and fun. Like, this album rocks. It is so good. Another situation where I'd say, even if you don't like August Burns Red, even if you don't necessarily like metalcore, it's worth checking this out because there's a lot of interesting things they do on it. And then, Riff Notebook, I have to grab a burger, what JB wants. Oh, nice. Cool. New Gojira in my top album of the year conversation. Hell yeah, dude. Fortitude's really good. Yeah, it's way better than Magma, I think. What did you think about the new Era self-titled album? I liked it. I actually included it in my best metalcore albums of the year list, so you'll have to check that out. Phantom Anthem, also very good. It's not as experimental and wild as Found in Faraway Places, but really consistent. A little genty at times, too, but really cool album. And then Guardians was a little bit of a disappointment because they've been on such a hot streak with those like last 4 albums or so, and this one kind of felt a little milquetoast in comparison to that. It was good, but it's more like, honestly, I think I give it like a C+ too. Like, it's just not quite up to par with the others. Yeah, dude, New Zao, really good. Also on my favorite metalcore albums of the year list. August Burns Red re-record Leveler. Yep, I saw that. I didn't do any coverage on it because I don't do a lot of re-release stuff, but I'll have to check it out. I haven't listened to it. August Burns Red and Zao are the best Christian metal bands. I wish more Christian metal rock bands were like them and not so generic. Agreed. Finhas is also good. I'll have to check them out. Opinion on emo violence. Love it. Love it. I love that shit. All that like screamo and scrams and, you know, stuff like I don't know if you listen to, this is not quite that, but that latest like See You Space Cowboy and I forget what the other band on that split is, but I love stuff like that. Guardians grew on me a lot. You know, I keep listening to it. It just doesn't do it for. There's certain songs I really like. Which one? I think Bones. I don't really like the narrative. I think Defender, Lighthouse. There's solid tracks. I just don't like it as much as their other stuff. Yeah, dude, that split was peak MySpace core. Hell fucking yeah, it was, dude. And the collab track, one of my favorite tracks of the year, honestly. I actually just recorded them into the next Best of Bandcamp episode. Or actually, it's not even the next. It's the next after the next. Because I record stuff in advance. I did that today. So I will be recommending them in that as well. But yeah, they're the MySpace core, dude. Hell yeah. Do you have any AXCX? I don't know what that is. You caught me with another one that I'm not familiar with. Bloodletter, one of my all-time favorite tracks of theirs. Hell yeah. Talking about the new If I Die First. That's the other band. Yeah. Dude, that's just sick. Rejected. Am I rejected because I don't know who AX or are you wait, are you talking about the grindcore band whose name that I shouldn't necessarily say on YouTube because that might be a little extreme. Analcunt. Is that what you're talking about? I don't have that on my shelf, but I do occasionally listen to it. Do you like PG99? Don't know who that is either. Y'all are impressing me. This is making me happy too, because my goal also, and I said this at the beginning if you want to rewatch the intro, but my goal is always to share like obscure underground kind of stuff first and foremost. And also cultivate an audience that loves that kind of shit. And you're proving to me that, yes, yes, that is the audience I'm cultivating. That makes me very happy. People who know shit that I don't know. Not that I like am the end all be all by any means, but to know that there's like people who can recommend me more shit that will expand my knowledge base is cool too. I shouldn't have taken this all at once. I'm going to drop shit. There we go. All right. Moving on. Yeah, I'm gonna start dropping shit for sure. All right. How do I do this? I shouldn't have taken so much at once. This was a bad idea. You know what? I'll start putting them back on the shelf as I talk about them. That would be smarter, wouldn't it? They kind of remind me more of an emo Converge. Yeah, that's a good... That sounds cool. I would definitely check that out then. I've heard of Thornhill. I haven't really listened to them, though. All right, Author and Punisher. Milk and Honig. One of the best industrial metal bands around right now. If you're not familiar with him, he machines his own instruments. Like, he builds them. He's a machinist. So he, like, actually builds them, and they're all weird and crazy, and he wears one like a mask, and then he's got, like, this arm thing, and he's got a bunch of albums. This is my personal favorite, though. So, yeah. Author and Punisher. Got Autocrater, which is like just punishing earthquake of a like death, blackened death, doom. I don't even know. Like, it's insane. Check out Autocrater. I actually like the album before that a little bit better, but you can find all his shit on Bandcamp. Barbaroussa, one of the best new deathcore acts out there. This album dropped last year. It's called Humanoid. It ended up in one of my like favorite lists. Definitely one of my favorite deathcore albums of the year. If you like Infant Annihilator, this dude has sick vocals that kind of remind me of that. Lots of groove, very fun. Also, if you enjoy like Brand of Sacrifice this year, which I put them in like 10 fucking videos so far, so no question as to whether I enjoy Brand of Sacrifice, but yeah, check out Barbaroussa. They're from Australia. I even got a shirt from them you've probably seen in certain videos. They are awesome. Barishi. Barishi's interesting. If you like Zayo, you should probably check out Barishi. They kind of do a similar thing, like especially on the latest Zayo album, where it's sort of like even doomy and post-metal-y in certain sections, but then also technical and kind of mathy in others. Barishi do a lot of that. This is my personal favorite of them. It's called Blood from the Lion's Mouth. Came out on Season of Mist, like probably 2018-ish. They have a newer album that came out, I think, last year. That is much more like Doom. So I didn't like it as much, but Barishi's really cool. Author and Punisher, he must really be a mechanical engineer expert. He is. He is. In fact, you can find a YouTube video where he talks it all through. Excuse me. Ugh, my voice is starting to give out, so I don't know how much longer I'll be able to go here. Ooh, another deep cut. Bastard Feast. This is a Portland band. Speaking of Converge, unfortunately, I don't believe they're making music anymore. I spoke to them, like a member of theirs briefly, and it looked like there was maybe like glimmers and then getting back together, but that was years ago, and I haven't heard anything. But basically, take Converge and then add like Young and in the Way and that like blackened hardcore vibe to it, and you get Bastard Feast. And this is Osculum in Flame. You can find it on Bandcamp. Highly recommended. Highly recommended underground album that you're probably not going to hear about in many other places, because this came out, I think, in like 2014-ish. And again, like, it's just like a smaller band. They're not really around anymore. I was only able to find it on the shelf most likely because I live in Portland and they're still distributing some of their albums. So yeah, check them out. Thornhill's like Carnival and Northland had a baby. Northlane had a baby. Unique. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. Ooh. Bathory. Blood, Fire, Death. Classic. What more can I say about this album? If there's one Bathory album I would recommend, this would be the one. And this was kind of, I would say, the black metal album that finally like turned the tide for me and got me interested in that early second wave black metal stuff. Because for a long time, Dark Throne and Mayhem and stuff, like hearing that when I was younger, my friend tried to get me into it. I was like, this sounds like shit. What are you trying to do? I was much more into like melodic death metal and metalcore at that time, so getting into that was not going to do it for me. But yeah, Bathory. Sadly, the only Bathory album I have on my shelf, but not the only album I enjoy. Ooh, getting into Blackwater. I'm glad you know what Bastard Feast is, or unless you're just listening to it now, dude. It's so sick. It is so fucking sick. All right, getting into Behemoth. We've got Satanica, of course. I do have a Behemoth tier list you can check out to hear my extended thoughts on all these. Zoskia Cultus of the earlier albums. This is my personal favorite. We got Demigod, classic. Another S tier, top tier album for sure. We've got The Apostasy. Not as good as the others, but it's got some really cool moments on it. Evangelion, love this one, of the later tier stuff. This is like on the way to Satanist, but not quite there yet. And then, of course, speaking of which, we have The Satanist with the shiny mirror cover. Satanist is awesome. I know it's kind of overrated. When people say it's overrated, I sort of agree, because like everybody talks about it, but it's for a reason. Like, it's really good. It's really fucking good. I do not have I Loved You at Your Darkest, because quite frankly, I did not enjoy that album. To me, it was like Behemoth going from their best album to their worst album. That album was just like some corny, Hot Topic black and death metal is the best way I can put it. Even though I still like go into Hot Topic and I don't really have any ill will towards them, but like that's the best description that comes to mind for that. If you enjoyed that album, good for you. Not a fan. Checking the chat here. Under the Sign of the Black Mark. Oh wait. The Return is my favorite Bathory album. That's another good one. I liked your Under Oath ranking. Thank you for watching that. Obviously, they're not in an album cycle right now, so that one hasn't been as popular, but I'm a longtime fan of those guys, so that was just fun to do. Under the Sign of the Black Mark, favorite Bathory album. Yeah, that's another classic, obviously. Another good one. Bathory is one of the best black metal bands still. Bathory, Celtic Frost, Dissection, and Behemoth got me into black metal. Awesome. Not really a Behemoth fan, but saw them open for Slayer, and they were good. Yeah, dude, they do great live shit. I have not seen them, but I've seen videos, and they're on my bucket list for sure. 2000s, early 2010s, Behemoth is great. Yes. Oh. This is actually kind of a friend's band. They're called, is it Burmork? I feel like I'm saying that wrong, but Incantations of the Frigid North. Just like a fun black metal project. They kind of ham it up too. Like, they know what they're doing. Like, this cover, like they very clearly, they're not taking this seriously. Like, they very clearly know that they're being kind of ridiculous on this cover, which is kind of fun. So yeah. Ooh, Bellacore with Vessels. I want to get more of the Bellacore albums, but unfortunately, distribution for these sucks. Like, there's no like US manufacturer of these albums, so you have to import them all from Australia, and it gets expensive, especially for CDs. You end up paying like vinyl prices for a CD, and I'm like, fuck that. But yeah, Bellacore, excellent. Looking forward to hopefully hearing some more stuff from them in the near future. Man, my voice is already giving out. That sucks. Ooh, deeper metalcore cut here. Beloved, Failure On. This is another high school album I listened to a lot. They only dropped this one album and like an EP, but it is kind of like a legendary status in the early 2000s metalcore community. Do I like Tala? Dude, do I like Tala? First of all, yes, that album is sick and it is on the shelf. And second of all, I have an interview with Justin and have his phone number too, because we hit it off really well. Justin's really, really cool guy and a very talented vocalist and vocal coach. So yeah, Tala is awesome. Bellacore, I want new stuff from. Hell yeah. They're about due too. It's been a little while. We got Belphegor, Conjuring the Dead. Not a huge Belphegor fan, but I really like this album because it's like almost like their symphonic album. It's much like bigger and more grand than most of their other ones. And yeah, really, really dig that one. We've got Beneath with Ephemeris. This is kind of like Meshuggah-y sounding band, but also with like post-metal elements in there too. Really cool. Highly recommended. Another Unique Leader release. This came out, I want to say, like, yeah, 2017. So a couple years ago. Deeper cut, not as remembered, but something I really enjoyed that year. Do you think Mudvayne is working on a new album since they reunited? I don't know. I'm curious. I'm not really excited either way, though, because it would probably end up sounding like their later stuff, which I don't like, as you may have gathered from my tier list that I did on Mudvayne. But yeah, I don't know. There hasn't been any sort of announcement or anything. As far as I know, it's just for shows at the moment, but we'll see. Beneath the Massacre. Beneath the Massacre. With one of the best albums of that year, 2019. Holy cow. Like, another band where it's like, what a comeback. This is like the perfect example of a comeback. They came back and just knocked all of their other albums completely out of the park. Like, as far as I'm concerned, the rest of the Beneath the Massacre discography was rendered completely moot by this album. This is their best album. It is so good. And speaking of, again, going back to that idea of technical death metal bands writing great songs, this is it. This is it right here. Like, man, I cannot say enough good things about what they did with that. I was so impressed when that came out. Justin's YouTube channel is great. Yeah, what was it, Hungry Lights? I like watching him sometimes. Gotten good vocal tips from his videos. I want Mudvayne to go back to the sound. Yeah, dude. LD50. Since we're not going to get to the whole collection today, I will, just jump to that one real quick. It's on here. Where are you? LD. Or M. I'm an idiot. Should be looking at M. Oh, it's right over here. Hear that? LD50. Hell yeah. The only Mudvayne album you truly need, if you ask me. Let's end out this group, though. We got Benighted with Necrobrood. If you like Aborted, you will also enjoy Benighted. A little bit more brutal. They're a French band, too, and they do a lot of stuff in French. And I am getting a phone call, so y'all just entertain yourselves for a second while I do that. Is there a way to mute this? I forget. I think there is. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. But rule of thumb to all those people in relationships out there: always put the, especially when you have kids, never not answer a call if you're live streaming. Trust me. Pro tip. It's worth it. So I am back. Yes, and thank you, Catfight Paradise. Glad to pick up new subscribers. Just growing every day. Like I was saying at the beginning, we're almost at 5,000. Still think Dullboy has a great riff. Oh, you were the one I was. That's right. I forgot we were going back and forth about that. Yeah, that's fun. Well, welcome to the live stream. We'll see how much longer my voice lasts. I almost feel like I need tea with honey or something. Troglodyte, best Bigfoot death metal band ever. Hell yeah. All right, jumping back in. And thank you all for sticking with me through that silence. I've got more Benighted. Their follow up to that one. This one's called Obscene Repressed. Is that 2019? No, 2020. That was just last year. Good one. We're getting into another collection here. BT Bam, y'all. BT Bam time. I'm a huge... This album changed my fucking life, dude. For real. For real. I remember this was, and I've told this story a million times, but I would go into the record store and they would have the little listening stations where you could basically grab any CD and then ask to listen to it. And I had heard of these guys because I'd already been listening to stuff like Poison the Well and a little bit of Every Time I Die. But I put this on and I attribute this to getting me basically into all the more crazy mathcore and progressive music that I would learn to discover from there. Like Silent Circus is a really sick album. And yeah. And then I've got all the rest too. So Alaska, which actually I initially did not like when it came out, but now it's one of my favorites. Yeah, Catfight Paradise. Colors, one of their best still to this day. Absolutely love that one. Spent a lot of time in college listening to that. The Great Misdirect, one of my least favorites, but still got some good stuff on it. Parallax 2 has become one of my favorites over the years. This is a nice like balance of kind of all of their shit. Oh, that's Parallax 1. Sorry. Forgive me. Here's Parallax 2. I should know better. And then... wow, we made it to the second row, y'all. And then we've got Coma Ecliptic, which I really love. It's got one of those like book-style cases. I was like that. I know a lot of people don't like this album, but to me, like, this is their Queen album. It's like a night at the opera for Between the Buried and Me. So I think it's really cool. And then Automata. Both of them. Yeah, I have Automata 1 and 2, which I was a little disappointed in. They're solid, but they're not, like, great. They're not... I felt like this was kind of a step back for them, honestly. It's got some cool moments, though, like... There's that one with, like, the... like, big band or whatever on it. It has, like, trumpet or some shit. That one's really cool. I'm forgetting the name of that song. Ooh, and then we're going straight into another collection. But let me get caught up with the chat. So we've got... all work and no play makes me a dull boy. Amazing lyrics. ... Blackwater Rust casting some shade on Catfight Paradise. Fun. Benighted, let the blood spill between my broken teeth. Yes. Colors is a masterpiece. I remember working with someone who loved Between the Buried and Me. Catfight, if you haven't really taken the time with them, you should check them out. Like, they are one of the greats. Colors might be my favorite prog album ever. It's beautiful. It is beautiful. And then they had a song on Rock Band as well from Colors, if I remember correctly. Never got into them. Colors all the way. You should rank all the Gorgoroth albums. I did. I've done so many rankings at this point that I'm like second guessing myself. Let me see if I didn't imagine that. Gorgoroth ranked. Yeah, baby. #1 results. That's what I like to see. Almost at 1,000 views too. Let me pop that in the chat. There it is. Gorgoroth ranking. You can check it out. Not right now though. You're in the live stream right now. So save that in your watch later queue. Coma Ecliptic is extremely underrated. Great album. Absolutely. Why are you wearing a face mask in your home? Because I don't show my face. And because, not to get too behind the curtain here, but this thing is hot as shit. Like, when I record videos, luckily I only have to wear it for like maybe 10 to 20 minutes max. Any longer than that, and I am just like pouring sweat and it's like dripping off the teeth and it's disgusting. You don't want to see that. Plus, then I'd be wearing the sunglasses too, and for a live stream, that's not really fun. So, yeah, this is what you get. Coma Ecliptic is their prog rock album. I love it, absolutely. I know you did Dying Fetus recently. Yes, that was a fun tier list to dig back into because a lot of those albums I hadn't really listened to a lot. Yeah, done Gorgoroth. I heard you like Five Finger Death Punch. No, I do not. Not a fan. What's your least favorite metal genre? That's tough because I try not to rule anything out, but as far as like the big genre that I listen to the least, that's not like an obscure kind of subgenre, I would probably, off the top of my head, it's probably Doom. Not a big Doom metal fan. I just tend to like my music fast and hard and aggressive, and so Doom just doesn't really fit that. I like sludge because it's still really like aggro and fun for me, but Doom, especially like funeral Doom and stuff, not really into it. Of course, I love the classics like Black Sabbath and certain things I enjoy. Some Death Doom I like, but yeah, overall Doom just doesn't really do it for me. Why do I hide my face? It's just an anonymity thing, for a couple different reasons, but I just mainly, yeah. On the day that I mean, I have high aspirations for this channel, so if the day comes where I can do content like this and make enough money that I don't have to worry about necessarily having my like full-time career and stuff like that, then I will probably do a face reveal. But that ain't happening anytime soon, I'll tell you that much, because I make some money from this and I appreciate every penny I make to support my family, but this does not pay the bills. Let's just put it that way. So I don't want anything I say to like somehow interact with my like day job in real life. Could you do a tier list for Cataclysm? Love to see that. I actually like haven't listened to a lot of Cataclysm, honestly. I've listened to some, but I don't know enough about it to feel comfortable ranking them. But maybe one day. I did do a 6 Feet Under ranking. Oh wait, no, I didn't. Oh God, why did I say that? Oh, that's awful. I was thinking Cannibal Corpse. My brain got twisted. No, I refuse. Plus, it would be boring because it would literally just be all F tier. I mean, I could have fun with it and kind of do what I did with the 6 Feet Under review, where it was like a 2-minute review where it just like didn't even review the album. I'll just do the same thing. I'll come in, I won't say anything, and then I'll just like put all the albums at F tier and be like, "Thanks for watching," and then roll credits. That would be my 6 Feet Under ranking. Michael Myers versus Jason Voorhees. Who wins? Man, that's tough. Well, my wifey would say Jason. She's a big Jason stan. It's hard though. It's hard. I mean, they're both like immortal. I feel like Jason is a little bit more supernatural though. Like they both are, but I don't know. I feel like he's kind of got that going for him. But Jason has a weakness, and Michael Myers doesn't really have a weakness. Like, Jason has the whole water thing, except when it isn't. Because some movies he, like, can go in the water and it's totally fine. Did you like Dune? I don't think I've listened to that yet. Man, my voice is really going. Let me mute while I cough really loud. Hang on. There we go. Clear my throat a little bit. Mushroomhead or Slipknot? Definitely Slipknot. Not a huge Mushroomhead fan. That's what Quest for Metal loves do. Yeah, and I feel like we go back and forth. He picks at me, I pick at him for whenever I hear something where it's like big and doomy, I'll pretty much reference him, and then he'll also like shit on me and be like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna like it." Slipknot 100%. Do I like Devin Townsend? Yes, I do. I actually saw Strapping Young Lad at the first Sounds of the Underground tour. Slipknot, duh. I like Doom, but I like Grind more. Do you like Of Mice and Men? They're okay. I do have the are they one of the bands that is like a new thing? I think they have a new album or a new EP or something. I think it's in my inbox. So I was kind of like, it's fine. Never been like a huge fanboy. You don't like Doom. What about Primitive Man? Dude, I fucking love Primitive Man. Because here's the thing. Primitive Man is more on that sludge spectrum. It's more like aggressive and primal and vicious. And there's like a blackened element to it too. So that is the type of Doom that I tend to enjoy. Plus, Ethan's a homie. Another guy I've talked to on the podcast and kind of communicate with on the regular when things come up. Ethan's just a cool dude overall. Should rank Berserker. They deserve one. LOL, that would work too. Leatherface versus Jason would be a hell of a match, to be honest. Yeah, I could see that. Do you have a guilty pleasure band you like? You know, I've thought about this question a lot, and the short answer is kind of no, because I'm at a point in my life where I'm in my mid 30s. I have a mortgage, I have kids. Like, I'm not really ashamed of anything. So to call something a guilty pleasure for me at this point just seems like a misnomer, because I am not ashamed of anything I listen to. So I think the typical answers would be like somebody brought up Limp Bizkit earlier. Like I will listen to Significant Other and $3 Bill Y'all on occasion. Like I was talking about earlier, I love that pop punk and emo stuff. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff like I'll even mention too, because I'm not embarrassed about it, but other people will like be like unsubscribe because this guy's a poser now, and I'm like, good, we don't want you. There's the door. Don't let it hit you on the way out. Like if that's the attitude you have, I don't want to cultivate that audience. Worst band in the Big Four thrash, Anthrax. Easy. Like they're talented and I respect them, but of all of the options, that is the one I will pick something else over every single time. Cat fights are pretty metal. Yes, they are. I even have a tribute of cat fights, but with metal music as a backdrop, nice. P.S. You have introduced me to Poison the Well. Fuck yeah, dude. That makes me so happy. They're so good. They're fantastic. And I have an interview with Chris Hornbook, the drummer, who was one of my other early podcast episodes. Sexy babes fighting with metal in the back. What more could you want? I could get down with that. They have an EP called Bloom. Yeah, you're right. That is in my inbox. I have heard most of it. I was just fine with it. Brandon says Anthrax. It's okay. Anthrax for sure. I love emo music. Dude, yeah, fuck yeah, emo music, man. I know that was like a bad word for a long time, just like new metal, but I feel like people seem to be kind of coming around. I do like Limp Bizkit and Nickelback for my guilty pleasure bands. Yeah. Nickelback I don't like, but they have a few good songs, like especially their first album when they blew up. That album's kind of okay. Everything else after that was when I kind of got annoyed with them. Exodus deserves... Yes, I would totally agree with that. And I've made that argument before to my friend who loves Anthrax, so he got really pissed at me. But yeah, I would put Exodus in that spot over them for sure, and I will not sue you. Worst for me, it's easily Slayer. Whoa. That is a hot take right there. I love Anthrax's first album with the original vocalist, but all the later ones were just meh for me. Besides the first 5 Slayer albums, the rest, for the most part. Have you checked out Gulch? Yes. I think I put them in a roundup. Or Best of Bandcamp. I can't remember. I covered them somewhere, but yeah, I like Gulch. To get through, Quest for Metal versus you, who wins? I don't know. I'm in pretty bad shape. I was really happy I actually made it to the gym today. And but I'm in the worst shape of my life right now, so he'd probably win. Um, and he's a fast talker too, that limey bastard. So I don't know. He'd beat me on multiple levels, but love Quest for Metal. He is just a natural um, to YouTube. Like he belongs on this platform. I don't know what else to say. Exodus still puts out great albums. Yes, Tempo of the Damned and Blood and Blood Out are amazing. Yeah, and that's fair too, because a lot of the big four bands are not putting out good material. Like Slayer hasn't put out a good album in God knows how long. Anthrax, in my opinion, have never put out a good album. That's not fair, but they're not really putting out new material that I enjoy, and Megadeth either. Like, not really a big fan of their later stuff. And who am I leaving out? Oh, and Metallica too. Man, fuck Metallica. They're legends, and I respect them. And obviously, I have like a poster down here. I have their classic albums. Enjoy those a lot. But yeah, Exodus and Testament too, and even they're dropping a new EP I saw too. But one of my biggest surprise reviews that ended up being one of my biggest videos ever, and I think it's at like, I could be wrong, but I think it's like around 4,000 views, but it just like blew up and I have no idea why, was for Sodom. That latest Sodom album was really fun, and they have another EP coming out, so I'll probably end up reviewing that as well. But yeah, I guess it's just honestly though, like German thrash metal bands just do it better, if you ask me, and they keep it consistent. The State was okay. You and Slam or Gore Grind. Well, I did talk about Slam just earlier. I feel like Slam is good when it's used appropriately and it's sprinkled in. It's not like the main course. Gore Grind, sometimes it gets a little bit too immature for me, and that's not me trying to be like, oh, you're like childish if you like it. It's just like, again, I'm at a point in my life where that doesn't really appeal to me. And even with like brutal death metal where it's like super gory lyrics, like I'm just not super into that anymore, even though I love horror movies. So I guess that's a weird kind of distinction, but whatever. Not a fan personally, but Nickelback does have great tone. Shout out to your friend that loves Anthrax. Yeah, that's my buddy Sean back in Chicago. I just jumped in on this, but was Strapping Young Lad mentioned yet? Yes, they were. I mentioned seeing them at Sounds of the Underground, and they will be in a tier list that is coming up, super secret. Did you get into Himza? I tried to get into Himza when I was getting into all those bands, and they were one of the ones that I never like super got into, but respect. That's a nice callback. Were they on Trustkill too? Because I was into like all those Trustkill bands, and that's how I got into a lot of them. Was you'd get a Trustkill album, and it would have the little insert that had ads for all of the other albums that had recently come out, and that was like how I knew what to check out next. Hail Horror is good. Do you know the band Allegiant? Yes. I think I have. No, we're past the A's, so I guess I don't have it. I thought I had. I did not like their last album, but the one before that had like Hail Science or whatever that song was, I really enjoyed that one. Anthrax have the least sucky albums out of the big four. Disagree, but it's subjective. They're so different from the other bands in the big four, I would say. Where I lost my place. Do you plan on doing a review for the new Atreyu album? No. Here's my review. The new Atreyu album fucking sucks. I've heard it front to back. I put out that little meme. Consider that meme my review, basically. They've got that lyric, Dance With Me in This Catastrophe. I feel like that is an encapsulation of the album. It is just the most predictable, boring, cookie cutter metalcore rock I've ever heard. And that's from somebody who actually felt like the latest Architects album had some merit. While everybody was hating on that one, I don't love it, but I felt like at least they crafted a decent version of that sound. Whereas Atreyu, I just don't. It does nothing for me. Absolutely nothing. So I know other people like it, and that's totally fine. But yeah, that is my review of the new Atreyu album. There you go. Super exclusive for all of you on the live stream right now. You should listen to the band Gore Rotted. I've heard of them. As well as Lord Gore and Impaled, all very underrated. I want Sixth to put a new album out. Dude, you and me both. I was actually just thinking about them the other day because I did a Bands Like video that will be coming out in a couple weeks, I think, that I mentioned them in. And I am such a sucker for them. Skipping ahead again here. Where are they? Here they are. Yeah, I've got a couple of theirs. I've got Death of a Dead Day, my personal favorite. This was another like game changer album for me. I saw that music video for Bland Street Bloom and it was like, holy shit. This Sixth was doing what Periphery does like a decade earlier. Like this came out in 2006 and they've actually been around since like the very beginning of the 2000s. They were just ahead of their time. Like people weren't ready for it. Like that wasn't ready to be mainstream yet. But that djenty mathcore sound with the progressive elements, that's all Sixth. And like Periphery was inspired by that. It's clear because one, they took them on tour, and two, they had Mikey from Sixth guest vocal on that opening track of Periphery 4. So that weird like spoken word part, that's Mikey from Sixth. And he is an amazing vocalist. But I also have Opacities, which is an awesome, they're like comeback EP or mini album, they called it. And then The Future in Whose Eyes, which I was a little disappointed in. Not their best effort, but got some banger tracks on it. I was a little annoyed. I get it, but like a bunch of people who weren't familiar with them and didn't realize what a legacy act they were and what an impact they had from the underground were thinking they were a new band and called them like corncore, which I got especially with that lead single. What's the name of that song? Fuck, I can't remember the name of the song now. But yeah, there's a song where it's like, we saw the golden age, digitally decay, and he does kind of sound like Jonathan Davis, but then mixed with this mathcore guitar. So I get it, but it also is like such a oversimplification of what they do, because they do so much more than that. They are awesome. I had a friend in college who like got me into all the mathcore stuff, and I'm very thankful for that. World Painted Blood was alright, I suppose. I know I got away from like sharing this shelf, but it's good to have conversation though. Sodom is underrated, bro. Yeah, absolutely. I put them up there as well. Sodom's still putting out solid thrash. Ooh, shit. The chat just jumped forward. Still putting out solid albums. Marines, They Die for You and Me. Yes. My big four rankings. Megadeth 1, Anthrax 2, Metallica 3, Slayer 4. Man. Slayer. Classics, though. Classics. But I feel the same way. Again, like I said, though, I don't feel strongly about any of them now. Like, I could give a fuck about any of those bands at this point. Like, they could drop off the face of the earth and I wouldn't give a shit. Like, when Slayer said they were retiring, I was like, good. Like, good. What have you done for me lately? Fucking nothing. Like, I still have your old albums. That's all I need. I don't need you to keep pumping out mediocre shit. Overkill's awesome too. Yeah, dude, Overkill's sick. They got some of that like hardcore crossover energy. Himza had 2 solid albums. I recall I want to say I can like picture the cover in my mind. Sodom, Voivod, Megadeth, Testament, Creator. Ooh, Creator, man. Yeah, dude. Pleasure to kill. They were Century Media with Lamb of God when the Palaces dropped. I'm having trouble following this conversation. Oh, we're still talking about Himza. Okay. Dude, Lamb of God. Do you like Cancer Slug? I am not familiar with them. That sounds vaguely familiar, though. Just throwing this out there. Dissection, Storm of the Lights, Bane, best black metal album, IMO. CD. Where are you at? Yeah. There you go. Just for you. Just for you. Yeah, it's Top tier. It's that perfect balance of second wave black metal with that Swedish Gothenburg melodic death metal sound mixed in. Again, controversy aside, because honestly, out of those guys, people talk so much about Varg, which, clearly, to put it lightly, he has his issues and his stuff, but the dude from Dissection did way worse. He's a way, like, objectively just a worse person, if we're gonna get into all that. But at the same time, that album, it's legendary. It's legendary, and to me, it's kind of like, there's a lot of famous painters and famous classical composers that were all up to all sorts of bad shit, and that doesn't mean we're gonna burn their paintings and their recordings and stuff like that. That's just my opinion, though. I know other people feel different, but anyways, Atreyu always sucks. I would agree with that personally. Cancer Slug is good. Atreyu was okay when I was 14. I discovered the actual rest of the genre. Yes. And dude, it's so insulting that they said that they invented the genre, because I'm not going to go on another tangent because we were talking about this on the Discord, but they did not. Like, they were so late to the game. Like, there was a whole era, if we're really getting into it, the kind of true formulation of metalcore sort of starts around Cro-Mags. That's the first time that hardcore was sort of developing towards that more, I wonder if my dog needs to go out, that more metal sound. Hey. Why are you crying? Where are you? Brock, why are you crying? Outside? I think they need to go outside. I will be right back. Hold that thought. All right, so as I was saying, history lesson here. I will say, like, I love that segment with Fenris from Dark Throne where he does like the history of black metal, and he like does it on the chalkboard. I'll say I want to do that with metalcore, but so you got Cro-Mags, and then the genre really starts sounding like itself with like Converge, Earth Crisis, Zao, and that's all like mid to late 90s, and then it evolves around the 2000s into the more like Gothenburg influenced stuff like Killswitch Engage, As They Lay Dying, and that's when Atreyu comes. So they're like third wave. And so for them to be like, we invented metalcore, it's like, you didn't even invent that part of metalcore. Like, their sound is done, speaking of Poison the Well, infinitely better by Poison the Well, who, guess what, dropped their first album in 1999. Beat you to the punch. Fuck you, Atreyu. Piece of shit. Anyways, that's my little side. Little other side, too, and not to get no pressure, but I do have a Patreon, by the way, just in case you don't know. I say it at the end of every video, but not everybody watches to the end. You get early access to videos weekly. I try to put at least one video up each week that you can see earlier than everyone else. And also, if you have ideas of perks that would be easy for me to do, that would make it more enticing. But honestly, just even jumping on $1 a month, a lot of people are doing that, and I shouted them out at the beginning of this. We have the most now that I've ever had, which is awesome. But it just helps me, again, support my family and justify the work that I put into this, because I'm very busy with life, and so sometimes it's hard to fit in the recording and the editing, especially, because that's what takes the longest. Anyways, opinion on Bolt Thrower? Love Bolt Thrower. Man, I'm getting behind on the chat now. Here we go. Have you heard of Chakran? Yes, I like Chakran. Modern progressive metal band from the Ukraine, or from Ukraine. Do they have a new album coming out, or like an album they just had come out? Because I feel like I almost want to check my email. Oh, I closed it though. 6th tier list in the future. Maybe. One, they don't have that many albums, and two, nobody would watch it. Just to be totally frank, like diehard fans would watch it, but I would spend all that time recording and editing, and I don't only do videos just so people view it, but again, at the end of the day, I got a lot of other stuff that I got to do, and so to prioritize that over other videos wouldn't necessarily make sense. But I try to include them in like other videos that have more viability. T-Pags, what's up, dude? No problem that you're late. I'm trying to fight through it. Like, my voice is already giving out, and we've only been out this, like, what, has it been 2 hours now? Yeah. So, I don't know what the heck, because I haven't really been, like, talking a lot today, but there you have it. Top 3 Dillinger Escape Plan albums. Well, we might as well, as long as I'm ignoring this, I might as well grab them. Where are you at? There you are. So I won't talk through all of them, because I did do a tier list on these guys as well that you can check out on the channel. But top 3, top of mind, Miss Machine. Still love Miss Machine. Like, this was another game changer album for me. I remember picking this up at Best Buy back when that was like a normal place to buy your CDs. I've got the double disc one too. I forget what's even on the second disc. So that's probably number 1 for me. And then probably One of Us is the Killer. Love this cover too. It's such a simple minimalist cover. I did a little fun meme too where it was like Among Us and it was One of Us is the Killer, fitting. Cringe. And then number 3 is kind of hard. I might go with Disassociation just because it's so cool and experimental, and they really went out with, like, it's not that they didn't go out with their best album, but they went out, like, they were always a band innovating right to the very end, and I really appreciated too that they hung it up when they did. Like, too many bands just keep going and just tarnish their legacy, like Metallica, like Slayer. People are going to look back at Slayer and be like, wow, yeah, they had a couple of really good albums, but then they also had like a ton of really kind of mediocre ones. Whereas people are going to remember Dillinger Escape Plan and be like, they didn't drop a bad album. Like, that's fucking awesome. They have like a pristine discography. But yeah, I've got all of them here. I've got Option Paralysis, Ire Works. I even have the Mike Patton fronted EP, Irony is a Dead Scene, which I cannot say the name of that album without thinking, I'm the best you ever had. Like, every time. Gotta do it. And of course, Calculating Infinity. But I wouldn't put Calculating Infinity in my top 3. Honestly, like, that is a legendary, very important album for mathcore that, like, helped kind of launch it and even popularize it on some level. But it's supplanted by every album since it, if you ask me. They've made so many better albums since then that it just doesn't make sense to me to call that one of their best. What else we got in the chat? I want Justin back in sick. I know, man. Like, the new guy's fine, but it's not the same. It's not the same dynamic. Opinions on Gamma Bomb? They're fine. I haven't listened to them a ton. You dig the new Yautja album? Yes, and they will be in my little spoiler here, but since y'all are here supporting the live stream, dang, there's 30 of you here right now. That's awesome. That album is in my best of the month list, which will drop on Monday. So yeah, I enjoyed it. I didn't love it. I liked it, I think, a bit more than the Metal Meltdown, but but yeah, it's weird, and it definitely scratches that kind of experimental itch. I'll give you mine if that's okay. Miss Machine, One of Us, and Ire. Nice. Yeah, Ire Works is kind of underrated, I feel like. Do you listen to Devil Wears Prada? I have their new shit in my inbox too. I do on and off. They're another one where I feel like they're sort of there's tiers of metalcore bands, and I put like Converge and Poison the Well and um, stuff like that at top, and then under that, there's like some other stuff too. I would put them kind of like middle of the pack. They're good, but they're kind of like not doing anything different or special. It's the way I think about it. Hang on. Try not to like cough in your ears anymore. You just hate Slayer, bro. Just kidding. Anthrax sucks. Fight me. Yes. Start a fight. Fight, fight, fight. Catfight Paradise. I just might because I love Anthrax. Loving To the Grave. Dude, that To the Grave album is so fun. Thank you so much. I really had fun putting that review together. And still love listening to that album. It's great. Metallica, greater than Megadeth, greater than Slayer. What's an Anthrax? Nice. Yes, that was Dissection. Man, I really am behind in the chat. Yes, what's your favorite emo bands? Can be from any era. Whew. Man, that's tough. Probably, and you could argue that they're not full on emo. They're more like kind of indie. But Brand New comes to mind. Big Brand New fan. I like a lot of bands with canceled vocalists, apparently. Um, Taking Back Sunday. Again, you could argue not exactly emo, but sort of in that pantheon. I like the like screamo-y stuff too, like Finch. Not like in love with the band overall, but that song What It Is to Burn still in my like workout playlist. Shy Burns. So fun. Great intro there. Kind of blanking, and then there's stuff like mixed in with the pop punk stuff. Um, Another one too that not exactly emo, but sort of in that realm. Say Anything. I love Say Anything. Like that is just a objectively great band and so much fun. What else we got here? Glad you got here. You appreciate Sick, dude. So yes, so Sick. Exactly. I was just about to say that. Exodus, Sodom, and Testament better than Anthrax. Personally, I agree. Without them and Meshuggah, there wouldn't be any Gent for me. Absolutely. Yes, I don't like Slayer at all. They don't do a thing for me, to be honest. Hell Awaits, Show No Mercy, the only albums I really enjoy. Dude, Seasons in the Abyss is really good, though. I love Seasons. Wasn't a big fan, but Newborn of Osiris, yes. Highly anticipating that. Other fun fact, I made a Born of Osiris tier list. It is done. It is sitting in my folder, and I was just about to release it, and then they dropped the new single, and so I pulled it, and now it is sitting, and I am waiting to add the new album to that before I release it. So you have that to look forward to eventually. In that comes out in June. Yeah, that comes out this month, right? This coming month. Heard the new Ghost Suitor. I got it and a Vow in the mail today. They both sound killer. I have not heard Ghost Suitor. That sounds familiar though. But glad you got a Vow. Portal, always cool by me. I got you in the car bomb. That makes me happy, dude. I hope you listened to the Greg Kubaki interview I did. I know this whole live stream is just me plugging my other videos, but hell, you gotta hustle, right? Hustle hard. Yeah, I've got an interview with the guitarist Greg, and he was another really cool. That was a popular episode too, probably for a good reason. But yeah, dude, awesome, sick. I always love hearing from people. That is one of my favorite comments. Is you got me into this, because again, going back to what I said in the intro, that's what this channel's for. Like, I want to get people out of their comfort zone into something they've never heard before and be super enthusiastic about it, because that's what people did for me, and I love that feeling. Are you into math rock stuff like Digdipolia? I don't know that group, but I do like math rock to an extent. I'm more into mathcore overall. Big mathcore fan. Um, but yeah, I do like some math rock too. Short answer. Whenever you get the chance, definitely check out Cancer Slug and the work of Alex Story. I'll definitely have to. Cool, I'm kind of new to Devil Wears Prada. Where's their best album that you would recommend? I'm trying to even remember. For them, I almost need to like see the album covers to remind me which ones I really preferred listening to. Oh no, that's the movie. I don't want that. Devil Wears Prada albums. I feel like a lot of people liked Dead Throne. That was a 2011 album. People talk about Plagues. Which one was the one I was into? Maybe it was Dead Throne. I feel like 818 was kind of interesting too. But yeah, again, like I feel like I'm not the best to speak on that. So if anybody else in the chat is like a big Devil Wears Prada fan, recommend Simon what you would say is their best album. Oh, I'm finally catching up on the chat here. Is there a band you can't get into? Parkway Drive. Which is a little bit of an asterisk because even then, like I went through a short period where I got to them late and kind of liked it. And then I quickly realized like these guys are vastly overrated. So yeah, people rave about Parkway Drive. I'm not into them, which is funny because people would assume I would be since I'm like one of the few kind of people in our group that like really loves all that metalcore stuff. But yeah, I'm not a big fan. Anthrax I would include on that list. Dream Theater to an extent. Highly respect them, but I just like can't get into it. Maybe one day though. Like I never say never is my mantra because again, there've been plenty of bands that I didn't like initially that grew on me over time. So those are the ones that first come to mind. For emo, SDRE, Say Anything, dude. Oh man, yeah, dude, Is a Real Boy. That's I'm not gonna go digging around, but that is down there. In Defense of the Genre is also there. But yeah, is a Real Boy. It's perfection. If y'all like emo at all, or that kind of like indie, kind of sappy, but fun, and also kind of irreverent, like he gets really bitter, which is fun. Is a Real Boy by Say Anything. Highly recommended. Braid, brand new, definitely. Thursday, yeah, dude. Thursday's got some fun stuff. I remember the first time I saw Understanding in a Car Crash, the music video on TV, and being like, whoa, I haven't heard shit like this before. This is raw. Brand new is great. Just need to separate the art from the artist. Yeah, much like black metal bands. Yeah, dude. That guy's not a great dude. I feel like he's moved past it. In terms of like he's not like that anymore, and I believe in second chances. But yeah, he was up to no good. But yeah, sick albums, really sick albums. I absolutely love. I saw them perform on the album cycle for what's the one with the little kids on the porch on Halloween? It's like the Devil and God or the Devil and God are Raging Inside of Me. That album's sick. Deja and Tandu, of course, is a classic too. But yeah, I saw them perform live a lot of that album at Lollapalooza, and they were very good. Very, very good, to say the least. Let me close some of my tabs here that I keep opening. I was caught up with the chat, and then I went on a sidetrack again. And Dance Gavin Dance. Okay, yeah, I know. Big fans of that. T-Pegs, they're math rock. What do you mean? What are your opinions on Karish Angren? I like Karish Angren. They're not one of my favorites in that genre. And this is a big disagreement I definitely have with both Jamie Horsley and Quest for Metal. But I actually thought that their last album, that Frankensteiner, and then I can't even pronounce the second word, I thought that honestly that's their best album. Like I feel like as far as what they've been trying to do for so long, I felt like it all came together on that one and they hated it. They absolutely hated it. They just did a video recently on like albums that they couldn't stand and that was one of them. But yeah, I like Karish Angren. They're kind of whimsical. They've got that like Tim Burton quality to them. Can't get into Polyphia. Yeah, I've never really gotten into them anyways. The original Zombie EP, Dead Throne, and Transit Blues are brutal. So, Simon, there you go with some recommendations for The Devil Wears Prada. Do Dead Throne, Zombie EP, and With Roots Above are killer. Hey, The Last Day Breathing and Eternal Snow, you're here. What's up, dude? Jordan Carey, yo, what did I miss? What's up, Jordan? A lot. You missed a lot. We've been digging into my collection. We've only gotten to the second row because there's a lot to talk about, and then we've been chatting too. So yeah, lots going on here. You'll have to rewatch the beginning. Math rock is stuff like Don Caballero and Hella or Slint. Yeah. Close the door again. The dogs opened it. Dead Throne is amazing as well. Space EP, Supernova. Do you like artists like Emma Ruth Rundle or Chelsea Wolfe? I do like Chelsea Wolfe. I haven't really listened to Emma Ruth Rundle, so I can't really state an opinion on that. Last Day Breathing, Eternal Snows. Space is one of my favorites. Cajun Metal and Rock Show I got into brand new on accident. Never heard of them. Saw the album cover, thought it looked cool, and ended up digging the album. Yeah, dude, they're extremely talented. But unfortunately, the vocalist was also communicating with underage girls. But he is married now and doesn't do that anymore. So, for what it's worth. Karish Angren is awesome. Polyphia is okay. I like a few songs. Still wanted you to do a Static X tier rank. Maybe if they do a new album, maybe I'll do it. I'll consider it. I will tell you, Cannibal is super underrated. That was a fucking sick album. Love math rock. Been listening to a lot recently. Do you like anything outside of metal? Oh, everything. In fact, you know what? Just to be on theme here, let me go to the top shelf that I skipped. Here. It's all coming down. Dropping all sorts of stuff now. Ugh. Okay. So, oh man, I just smashed up my box. Ugh. So I like a lot of stuff, but I might as well, since you asked, I'll get into the hip hop stuff real quick. Aesop Rock. One of my favorite modern rappers. Dude is incredible. I have most of his albums. Highly talented. None Shall Pass, probably my personal favorite that I would recommend. The Impossible Kid. I still need the newest one. I've got Bad Meets Evil. Got Beastie Boys. More Beastie Boys. Bone Thugs. I'm all about that like 90s rap. Busta Rhymes. Another modern rapper I really like, Danny Brown. Especially this album is fucking weird and heavy and bizarre. Atrocity Exposition or Exhibition from Danny Brown. Check that out. Cannibal Ox with the Cold Vein. Cunning Linguists. They have a bunch of good albums, but this is Onerology, which I'd highly recommend. Dizzy Rascal, fun UK rapper, very fast, very different. Dr. Dre, The Chronic, classic. Eminem, big Eminem fan. Not as much these days. The newer stuff hasn't really been doing it for me, but he's just super talented lyricist. The Game, not as big a fan of him, but he can be fun sometimes. Okay, we get into the Wu-Tang Clan stuff. I don't know if you can see, but I actually have 36 chambers on in record on vinyl right there. But I also have Jizza, Liquid Swords, um, House of Pain. Doesn't really belong in there, honestly. Jay-Z, older stuff, of course. Jedi Mind Tricks, really sick. Old Kanye, love me some old Kanye. We got Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. Method Man with Tickle. Or Tickle. I always forget how to pronounce it. Mob Deep. Really awesome. Nas. This is a classic. Like, if you haven't educated yourself on this album, you need to get on that. More Nas. Aquemini. Gotta love Outkast. Raekwon. Only built for Cuban links. Wu-Tang again. Obviously, I love this album. This is probably my favorite hip-hop album of all time. Bring the motherfucking ruckus. Oh, and then the Low End Theory from A Tribe Called Quest. Those are just a snapshot of some other stuff. And then I was talking earlier, like, I have a whole shelf over there with pop-punk stuff on it. So, yeah, I definitely like stuff beyond just rock and metal. I dropped so much shit while I was doing that. So yeah, that is I could get into even more. There's a bunch of stuff down towards the bottom too that has other things, but yeah. Oh, I do like MF Doom a lot. Dude, The Last Day Breathing, I know people say they can't get into rap, but trust me, there is good stuff out there. Try Aesop Rock, try MF Doom, try Danny Brown. Don't listen to the shit that's on the radio, because most of that is garbage. Most of that is hot garbage. Listen to that old shit. Oh man, the chat was popping off while I was doing that shit. Now I gotta catch up. Let's see, where was I? Okay, so hey, what are your thoughts on trap metal? I'm fine with it. I'm not in love with it, but I think it's the next evolution. And I think when people embrace it properly, it can be another cool tool. I like what Within Destruction is doing with it. So, yeah, I'm fine with it. Sleepwalker, Inferno. Yeah, good. Also good black metal albums for sure. What's up? Not a fan, to be honest. Wu-Tang. Yeah, dude. Wu-Tang. If you don't... Try 36 Chambers by Wu-Tang if you've never listened to it. That album's heavy as fuck, too. Like... That shit bangs. It bangs. I mostly listen to metal, but I love classical music, orchestral music, video games, goth rock. Is that Wu-Tang? Hell yeah, I love that stuff. My East Coast bias is too strong. Oh, and of course I love, ODB. I love Biggie. If you want to ask me Tupac versus Biggie, I'm more of a Biggie fan. I think he's been more consistent. I'd argue he's a better rapper. I don't like all the R&B elements that Tupac brings into it. I think it gets a little sappy and his albums get super bloated too, whereas even though Biggie has fewer albums, they're more consistent, if you ask me. But Wu-Tang, uber alles. I see Wu-Tang, you the man. You gotta ask, where did you get your CD shelf? I think it's just from Target. I want to say it's just from Target. And then there are some additional things that the wifey got for me. Yeah, hip hop head too. Hell yeah. Danny Brown's badass. Fuck yeah, he is, dude. He's the fucking man. If you haven't heard Danny Brown, he kind of has two voices. He has more of like a standard rap voice, and then he has his like old dirty bastard voice where it's like weird and high pitched and goofy and fun. Love Cannibal Ox, dude. Always glad to hear fellow fans because they are one of the more underground, kind of obscure acts, but that album is sick. Hip hop, trap, industrial, IDM, pop are some of my favorite genres outside of rock. If you like Chelsea, you'll love Emma. She's got a 6 set on the Highway Holidays. YT recommended because she sounds better live. I'll have to check that out. I already said I love MF Doom. I need to buy the MF Doom at least one of the MF Doom albums and add it to the shelf too. That game album is bomb. Yeah, it is, dude. It's just like it's it's a little over the top because I'm not really into that like gangbanger shit, but it's pretty fun. Like it's pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie. Um, Doom is the shit. The game, oh my god, that hit me like a truck. Hell yeah, dude. I'm glad. Marshall Mathers LP is one of my favorite albums ever. To be honest, yeah, dude. It's. I listened to that way earlier than I should have too. I was pretty young, but it spoke to me. It just did. Emma Doom is GOAT. Last Day Breathing. Me too, to be honest. No. Yo, Danny Brown, rep in Detroit. Check out Z Loopers as part of Danny's Bruiser Brigade. I'll have to check that out. Oh, I also like Tyler the Creator too, which I don't have on the shelf, but highly respect him. I don't like his newer stuff as much. I kind of like the edgy boy stuff, like Yonkers and everything. Um, but I have so much respect that he is going in this very artistic direction, and he just, even though he knows he's gonna alienate his fan base, he just does whatever the fuck he wants, and you gotta have brass balls to do that. So he's like built up a. He went from being like one of the most controversial and like banned, rappers out there to. He was on fucking what was that? The Emmys, even though, um, they're not the Emmys. I don't know. He did a performance on one of those award shows, and that was really cool. Uh, Shit, the chat keeps jumping forward. I love clipping a lot. Hell yeah. Liquid swords. Yeah. Dude, I really am. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, someone in college got me into all that. Actually, my friend Vince kind of got me into that stuff. But then I went to a college party where they were playing liquid swords, and also on the TV had like a lot of the martial arts movies that Wu-Tang kind of bases their stuff on silent, and that was kind of cool. That stuck with me. Liquid Swords could be in the conversation for being in the 10-5 all-time hip-hop albums. Of course, dude, of course. Jizza, fucking man. Um, Liquid Swords is one of the most metal hip-hop albums you will ever hear, absolutely. Right along with 36 Chambers. We damn near have the same hip-hop collection. Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome. I feel bad because there's so many other albums that I love that are not up there, and I just spend so much of my money on the metal albums, so they just don't get called out. But if you look at my iTunes, there's a lot more than that. Illmatic, must listen, absolutely. If y'all have not heard The Cold Vein, you're missing out. Yep. Spacey atmospheric hip hop at its finest. 36 Chambers, so aggro, I love it. Any Tribe album scratches my jazz itch, absolutely. Rap, it's just too boring and laid back. I prefer metal, I can relate to it. Trust me, dude, though, like any genre, there is stuff you will relate to and stuff you won't. And that's what I discovered too. Because there was a while where I was like, dude, anything that's not metal is not cool. But then I started discovering some of these classics and some of the underground shit. And especially like Danny Brown. I was like, holy shit, dude, this guy's fucking unhinged. That's awesome. And you can't tell me that you can listen to Wu-Tang and say that it's boring and laid back. Trust me. Last Day Breathing, after you're done here, go look up Wu-Tang Clan 36 Chambers and report back. If you hate it, that's fine. But I will be really shocked if you don't have some interest in it. Listen to a lot of jazz. No, thanks. Jazz is awesome too. Anyone here like Ka, Honor Killed the Samurai, Orpheus versus Sirens? I'm not familiar with those, so you're introducing me to yet some more stuff. Don't want to trade in my battle vest for a gold chain and some Air Force Ones. Brah. Not gonna lie, that's kind of racist. But it's all good. Oh wait, I'm trying to remember though. Are you black? And now I feel like I'm saying that and it sounds racist, but I feel like that came up in conversation at one point. Um, so I guess you could argue that you're fine. But anyways, it doesn't matter. I'm just giving you shit anyways. You don't have to, man. Like these days, you can go to a rap show wearing your battle vest, and I feel like you'll be welcomed with open arms. DMX, hell yeah, I also enjoy quite a bit. Rest in peace, indeed, dude. Arf, arf. Long before we had knocked loose, arf, arf. We had DMX, arf, arf. I unironically have so much fun with his songs. He is just like the master of singles, dude. Ah, he will be missed. Modern rap, check out Clipping. Clipping is fantastic. I like Clipping way more than Death Grips, to be honest. Yeah, I hear that. I need to listen to more Clipping. I do like Death Grips a bit. Right when you brought up Tyler, the Creator, Flying Lotus popped into my head. Hell yeah. Flying Lotus, one of my faves. Do you like Necrogoblicon? Hell yeah, I like Necrogoblicon, dude. I hope they drop a new one. For sure. Definitely going to hate it, but okay, I'll give it a chance. Well, I appreciate you trying, at least. Oh, you're mixed. Okay. I remember it came up in conversation at one point, so sorry for calling you out. But again, I was just teasing. You like Schoolboy Q at all? His album Blank Face is easy. That sounds so familiar. I don't remember it though, so I'll have to revisit that. Why not like different genres of music? The beautiful thing about music is different flavors. Hell yeah, dude. That's what I like about metal too, though, is that metal has like expanded so far beyond what it originally was, and that's why I get annoyed when people are like, "This isn't metal," blah 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 blah. Poppy's not metal. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, you can go sit in your corner over there and listen to the same 5 albums over and over again, and you have at it. But I'm gonna be over here checking out this new weird shit and learning new stuff, expanding my brain. Let's see. DMX made a song about doing things with a corpse. Infinite Annihilator tier. Hell yeah, dude. Crossover. R. Phelps. Hey, what's up? All right, and I am finally caught up in the chat, so I'm going to resume for a little bit until it picks up again, because after BT Bam, we were about to get into another important discography, the Black Dahlia Murder, which, guess what? Surprise, surprise, I've also done a tier list for, because they're one of my favorite bands. But we've got the whole gang here. We've got Unhallowed. We've got Miasma. We've got Nocturnal. We've got Deflorate. Ritual, probably my personal favorite. We've got Everblack. Abysmal. It's such a shame to me that this is one of my favorite covers of theirs, but it's also one of my least favorite albums of theirs, but still good. Nightbringers, which was way better than it had any right being. I would put this up there with their top albums, even though it's one of the newer ones. And then I've got Verminous, which is, it was okay. It was okay. A lot of people really loved it. I thought it was just all right. Couldn't hold a candle to Nightbringers. But yeah, lots of Black Dahlia. Yeah, finally back to metal. I'm going to cry. All right, just for you, man. All right, let's continue on here. What else we got? Ooh, we got some more high school stuff coming here. Okay. That's my favorite too, because legitimately some of these CDs are all the way back from high school, and I love going through those. Jeez, man, it can't be that bad to branch out from it. It don't give him shit. Like, sometimes it takes a while, I remember being in that too, and there's still certain genres, like, there may be a day where suddenly I love Doom. It could happen. It could happen. I have Black Dahlia Murder Backpatch. Yeah, I've got them on here somewhere. Is it the other side? Yeah, there it is. Right there. That's cool that you got the Backpatch, though. I've got the Emperor Backpatch. Views on Sperm Swamp. I will have to check them out. Good recommendation, probably. Black Dahlia also rep in Michigan. In my opinion, they don't have a bad... No, they don't. They don't have a bad album. They have better albums than others, but they don't have a bad album. I'd say their worst album is like C+, which is still above average. I don't like hyperpop. Yeah, I'm not super into it, but I respect it. Never listen to Dahlia. Never... How is that even possible? Like, I'm fine with people when they say I don't like X, but when they're like, I've never listened to it, I'm like, that's shocking to me. Like, I just don't understand how it's possible. But yeah, I'm glad you're getting into all the weird, ritualistic, experimental black metal stuff. But check out Black Dahlia. They're big for a reason. Like, they got popular for a reason. Sperm Swamp, is that a porno grind band? It does sound like that. Yeah, I got real anti-rap for a few years, and I realized I love Tyler. Hell yeah, dude. Funny enough, what got me into Tyler Creator was I was working in a residential facility, and a kid I was counseling who was very troubled mentioned him and told me, hey, I'm like really into this guy. This is my favorite music. And I always love talking about music with the kids I work with because it's something we can kind of like share different experiences with. And I went and checked it out and was like, bruh, like this is banging. Like this is dark and fucked up, and like we need to talk about that. And I get why you like it too. Like it's really good. Yeah, most likely I did not like rap until I realized that rap artists, punk and metal, had a lot more in common than what the media portrays. Yeah, that's true. Just imagining metal trenches in a car with hydraulics blasting Wu-Tang. I would do that every day of the week if I could. Absolutely. Didn't really listen to the Black Dahlia Murder until Ryan showed me them when we were starting Lich. Oh, hey, what's up, Temple V Standard? So, got some celebrities in here too. So we had some Torrential Downpour crew, and now we've got Summoning the Lich up in here, it sounds like. Which, if you have not listened to that Summoning the Lich album, if you somehow missed my review and all of the recommendations I've been doing, I put them in my favorite death metal albums of the year list just last week, something like that. Check out Summoning the Lich. Fucking righteous. Like, really good stuff if you like the Black Dahlia Murder. Juniper Dallas, I find that PC music style stuff super fun. Where should one start with Dahlia? That is a great question and a very difficult one to answer. Yeah, Last Day Breathing Saint, start with Ritual. It's a good one to jump in with. Honestly, I feel like you could almost jump in anywhere. I would not start with the new one. I would not start with Abysmal, and I would not start with fuck, now I'm blanking on it. The like purpley looking one. I would say Ritual. I personally really love Unhallowed, but it's a little bit more raw, but it's super catchy. And Nocturnal too is another good jumping off point too, for sure. Black Dahlia just ain't for me. Tried a couple times, never could. Hey, that's fine. Yeah. Like, all I ask is try. Like, to me, it's like with a little kid. Like, if they have something on their plate and they're like, I don't like that. I'm like, you've never tried it. Fucking taste it. And if they taste it and they're like, I don't like it, then I'm like, okay, cool. You don't like it. That's fine. But you got to try it first. Let's see. Trevor of the Black Dahlia Murder is a cool guy for sure. Summoning the Lich is killer. Absolutely. Hey, thanks for the shout. Anytime. Please give Igor a re-listen. I didn't like it at first, but it's going to age like wine. I did actually the other day because I stumbled down a YouTube hole like I often do, and somebody was they did a long form video going through like his whole history, and it was very interesting. And it inspired me to listen again, but still, I don't know, it just doesn't connect with me, but maybe one day it will. But again, I really respect what he's doing. Was listening to Dillinger Escape Plan before coming on the stream. Do you like goth rock? Sometimes. To an extent. Jordan Carey, Ritual, and Nocturnal. Yes, Dillinger is the GOAT along with Converge. Absolutely. Looking forward to getting some more Converge. Hopefully soon. What a Night to Be Cursed. What a great title too, right? I have a Converge patch. I think I have Converge patch. If I don't, I need one. Nocturnal, probably best choice. Maybe Ritual. Deflorid's good. Overhated. Yeah, dude, Deflorid's good. Can we get our daily dose of mandatory every time I die worship? I'm hoping to get there. E is a little ways off though. We'll see. I'm fighting through this thing, but we're having fun though. Unhallowed it is because the name sounds cool. Yeah, that's their debut, and I will tell you they have gotten better and better since then, but that was my first album with them. So I started with them from the very beginning, so it's as good a point as any. And Trevor still says to this day that is his favorite album. It's the one that got them on the map. I have United in Chaos on vinyl, fluorescent green. 250, very good album, awesome. That is so cool to hear, man. Was the video you saw by Mick the Snare? Let me look. I'm on YouTube like all day, guys. It's bad. It's bad. Like my wife will tell you, I have my Raycon in almost all day. No matter what I'm doing, I'm listening to. If I'm not listening to music, I'm listening to somebody's YouTube video. Let me see, Mike the Snare. Tyler, the creator. No, it wasn't him. It was somebody else. I wish I could remember. I'd shout them out, but yeah. Do the Cure count as goth rock? I would say to an extent. Him rules as well. Never been a big Him fan, but that's cool. What if there's another band called Every Time I Resurrect? Bauhaus, Christian Death, Children, Shadow Age, yes, they're goth rock bands. Yeah, I never got really into any of those. I'm more into... I guess the closest thing I like to that is like industrial music, like Skinny Puppy, which I also skipped over. They are up here. Most of my industrial stuff is up there, but I have almost the whole Skinny Puppy collection up there. If people want to see it, I can look at it. Happy to do that. Cure's early stuff is very goth. I'm wearing my Warforged shirt. Fuck yeah, dude. Should have worn mine. 17 Seconds is my favorite Cure album. Yes, Skinny Puppy rocks. Ogre is kicking. Yes, I have some Ogre albums up there too. I can cheat a little bit because this is on a separate rack. Ugh. I'll just do this. I've got basically all of the Skinny Puppy and then some of the side project spin-off stuff on here. And then some other things too. I've got Pitch Shifter, Prodigy, a couple Ogre albums, Ministry, lots of good stuff there. I even have the, if you want to talk their obscure stuff, I even have the Doubting Thomas stuff, so if you want to nerd out on that. I love Kevin Key's stuff. He actually just dropped a new album this year or last year. I kind of feel bad because I didn't end up reviewing it or even really listening to it, so I should backtrack to that. Has there been any news on when... No, man, I haven't heard any updates on Every Time I Die or Septic Flesh. Septic Flesh announced a new album last year. It has been dead silent, which is another band that I have a tier list ready to go for. I have part 2 done. I just want to add the last album to it before I drop it. So I don't know what's happening with that. Him was the band. Got me through some dark times in life. I'll admit I don't listen to them as much, but I'll always love them. My biggest memories with him is that show with Bam, Viva La Bam, because he would always like promote their stuff, and sometimes they'd even be on the show. What do you think of the new Spirit Box song, dude? Spirit Box is fucking killing it. They're just killing it with this whole singles thing that they've been doing over the past few years and all the music videos. Holy Roller is still my favorite right now, but I am stoked about that album. The anticipation is high. Skinny Puppy and All North Rock, and then 9 Inch Nails, go to Industrial. Yeah, I have all the classic 9 Inch Nails albums up here too. Not as into their newer stuff, but for a long time they were in like my top 4 favorite bands. Still waiting for part 2 of that Septic Flesh list. It's sitting in my folder, man. It's just I'm waiting for the new one. I want to put the new one in because I don't want to put it out and have it immediately be outdated. Dude, I love Septic Flesh. I was hoping for an album. Yeah, they were working on it. I don't know what's going on with it. There has been no news, but they announced it all the way back like early 2020, maybe even late 2019. I don't remember. Cradle of Filth, Moonspell, Paradise Lost, favorite goth metal bands, all good choices. Cradle of Filth Extreme. I've got some Cradle. Dude, Cradle, if you ask me, Cradle's new albums are their best albums. They're in like a renaissance right now. I think their current lineup is the best they've ever had, and they've got the deciding factor, I think, too, is they've got the best guitar players they've ever had. So it's like so much more riff driven, which makes it more interesting. The production's way better, and those last two Cradle albums are just phenomenal. And that's from somebody who never really like loved them when they were coming up. Septic Flesh is sick, and yeah, Spirit Box is going to take over as soon as things open up. Yeah, dude, Spirit Box and Ginger are just going to fucking take over everything. I can't believe Ginger's fan base, man. They have diehards. I'm like just getting into them, but I can kind of understand it. Macro is pretty fucking good. New Veil of Mile albums coming, I think. I believe so. In terms of industrial, if you want some more chill stuff, listen to Health. Yeah, didn't Nine Inch Nails just do a track with Health? Still waiting to hear something about the news. JFAC. Yeah, Health. Downward Spiral, Pretty Hate Machine, The Fragile. So, yeah, dude. Did a tier list for them too. The Fragile's personally my favorite. I also have I have both versions of the Downward Spiral. That's what a super fan I am. I've got the original, and then I've got the deluxe. And then I've got... Dude, pulling these out give me nostalgia, too, because these are bands I bought used in high school at, like, the local store in my suburb. And they just have, like... Oh, they have such a connection. Yeah, and then of course I also have Broken and Pretty Hate Machine. As you know from my videos, I have, the vinyl of Pretty Hate Machine. It's been 87 years. Born of Osiris, Ginger is Slaughter to Prevail. Yeah, dude, Slaughter to Prevail too has a crazy fan base. Danny Phil's vocals are still incredible, especially on the new albums. Yeah, I think they're better. Honestly, I really do. They were always kind of obnoxious to me on their earlier stuff, but not as much anymore. I think the last albums are the best. I respect Cradle of Filth and Danny, but man, can I get into his vocals? My ears bleed. Yeah, that was me for a long time. Want Job for a Cowboy new album. Is that happening? They did, and it's glorious. Seth new album. I didn't listen to it. I know the Metal Meltdown did a review of that. I think he liked it, if I remember. I watched the review. But remember, I watched too much YouTube. Anyone here into Trail of Dead? Yeah, they're decent. I know I scream like Danny. Actually, he's one of my metal idols influences. Oh yeah, Ginger is going to be a huge band real soon. I feel like they already are. Like, you go on any of their like fan groups or their subreddit and shit's popping off. Aren't Meshuggah finishing a new album? Yes, I'm looking forward to that too, even though it's going to make my previous tier list outdated. But to be honest, that was one of my earlier face cam videos, and it has kind of low energy, so I wouldn't mind redoing that one. New Meshuggah, yes. To be honest, I want new Carcass album ASAP. I thought Surgical Steel was I believe they're putting out one this year or like next year. Should be soon. All right, now that I've caught up with the chat, let me get through a few others in my collection here. We've got the Bled. Any Bled fans out there? Going back to my more high school albums here. I also have Past the Flask. Love the Bled. Kind of bummer that they called it quits so soon, but their third album wasn't that great anyways, so maybe it was for the best. But yeah, the Bled's great. More. Dude, if you got excited about the Bled, you want more blasts from the past, we got some Bleeding Through here. We got Portrait of the Goddess, which I got at that same CD store I got Silent Circus from. I told the story earlier about getting Bleeding Through's This Is Love, This Is Murderous from Hot Topic. Dude, that opening track too. I was talking with a group of other reviewers about our favorite opening tracks from albums, and this is one of them. Like, I know this is like Edge Boy material, but it still gets me every time. And that Boondock Saints intro with the "It was a fucking bomb for a few seconds, It was Armageddon. There was a firefight. Like, come on. And then the snare hits, and then the guitar comes in, and the synths. Oh, so good, so good. What an amazing way to open your album. And the scream comes in with the. He's got kind of almost like a blackened. I always call them kind of almost like a blackened metalcore band because they have like a Dimmu Borgir like aesthetic to the music, in addition to the metalcore elements. But yeah, Past the Flask, absolute classic. Any thoughts about new At the Gates songs? They're fine. I'm not. I'm excited to hear the album, but I didn't really love the last two albums, and these two tracks, I was just kind of like, eh. I didn't have a whole reaction to it, but yeah, we'll see. I'm definitely gonna review it, and I will do a tier list as well because I haven't done one for that yet. Bleeding Through, just about to ask. Wow, now he's going through all the Trust Kills too. Dude, I told you, I would get the album. I would sit in the fucking bathroom. I would open it up. I'd get that new CD smell, and I'd take out the insert, and I'd look at the insert and say, "Ooh, what else is on here? I don't know these guys. I'm gonna have to look them up." And that's how it was. Like, we didn't have Bandcamp. We didn't have Spotify. That was my main way of figuring out what's next, and then through my friends too. Love Lost and a Hail of Gunfire, man. What a great... Yeah, there was a firefight! Early Atreyu, come on, please. I don't have it. Those first two albums are okay. Like, they have their place in the metalcore pantheon, but they're not on my shelf. Spectre of Extinction was okay. Their first two albums are pretty good. Did you listen to the new Mastodon song? When did that come out? Did I? I don't know if I did. I feel like I would have, but... Do I like 18 Visions? They're another one of those ones where, like... I just felt like I liked other bands already that were doing that style better. So I never got into it. So I don't dislike them, but I never, like, got into them. Oh, I've got the rest of Bleeding Through, too. I think I have almost all their albums. I skipped The Truth, because The Truth, to be frank, fucking sucks. Or is it The Curse? I don't remember what the name of the album is, but the one after This Is Love, This Is Murderous, that album fucking sucks ass. It is terrible. So bad. But then they redeem themselves with Declaration. I like the Great Fire. And I didn't buy their new one, but the new one was actually decent. It's actually pretty good. Love early Dimmu Borgir. Hate their modern stuff. I like most Dimmu Borgir. 18 Visions, Poison the Well might be the best Trust Kill band. Poison the Well, definitely. Poison the Well, legends. It's called Forged by Neuron. You have Children of Bodom. I have some Children of Bodom, not all of them, though. 18 Visions did Atreyu so much. But yes, I would agree with that. 18 Visions is better than Atreyu, I think. Never listened to Bleeding Through other than the one song. They're pretty fun. Like, they're a little cringy. They're a little edgy boy. The vocalist is a bodybuilder, so he's like this like kind of guy, but he's got a like really intense voice. And I love the synths that they have because they have this like female keyboard player. The riffs are pretty infectious. It's worth checking out. It's worth checking out. At least This Is Love, This Is Murderous is kind of like the classic. I've got Bore, which the band sent me. I was thankful for this. This is their 4-song EP, really sick, just like metallic hardcore kind of stuff. Dig Bore. That came out last year, I think. Oh, speaking of Born of Osiris, here we go. Here we go, boys and ladies. Yeah, we've got A Higher Place, which chick in my master's program got me into. And then we got the Discovery. Awesome. Gotta have the Discovery. If there's one album I'd recommend, it would be that. We have, what was the name of this one? Tomorrow We Die Alive. I like their covers a lot. We have Soul Sphere, which a lot of people shit on, but I think it's super fun. And even, what's the name of that song? Throw Me in the Jungle. I know it's super corny, but that song is so fun. Like, it's just so catchy. just wall-to-wall bangers. Um, I've got The Simulation, which similarly, is it Under the Gun? I forget which song it is, but it has this very like poppy synth line. I love it. That's gym music to me, man. Like I fucking love Born of Osiris. Super good stuff. Very much looking forward to the new album. The new single is interesting too. Um, Catching up here. True T-Pegs, show us your hidden Nickelback and Parkway Drive. You're hiding. I would not hide it from you. I have not hidden a damn thing. I just don't have them. Why was Boondock Saints every metalcore band's favorite movie? Because it's that edgy boy shit, man. Like, I like that movie, but I recognize that that is some, like, edgy boy stuff, to put it simply. So it fit with the music. So many bands sampled, that movie. And then also Donnie Darko. Like, those were the go-to, like, metalcore samples, were Boondock Saints and Donnie Darko, which I also like. Bleeding Through is amazing. Check out Cold War and Entrenched by them. It reminds me of Helsing. The Great Fire was actually my intro to them, and to be honest, it kicks ass. It does. It's a sick album. Really like the mix on it, and the organs are awesome. It's so big. I'm a little less excited about Born of Osiris, but Discovery is great. Yeah, it's a classic. Do you like Motionless in White? First time was really like Bleeding Through. So this starts a conversation we had a couple months back. Somebody asked me that. I said, I've always kind of found them cringe, but to be honest, I've never really listened to them. So what that led to was, you know what? I'm going to throw myself into this. And I did a Motionless in White tier list, which was fun because unlike most of my other tier lists where it's just me revisiting albums that I've listened to a lot, it was me having a first experience with every single Motionless in White album. And you know what? I kind of like their earlier stuff. I like the first album. That was my favorite because it was more like metalcore. And then the second album I enjoyed to a bit. And then kind of each album after that I liked less and less. So I guess I can say now that I do like some Motionless in White, which is something I never thought I'd say. That's one of the, going back to what we were saying earlier about like, sometimes you really think you're not going to get into something. That was a band for a long time. I was kind of like, put it at put it at a distance, kill it with fire, and I like some of it now. I have Born of Osiris albums. It was amazing. Motionless in White, yes. Harakiri for the Sky. I did a review of their new one. I don't remember if I bought it. It might be on the shelf. It might not. I'm not positive on that one. I have so much shit. Motionless in White Patch, of course, man. Of course you do. I knew you of all people would have one. Born of Osiris, cool. Yes. Do you like Horn of the Rhino? That sounds another one. Man, Vada Vada just dropping just all these obscure references here that you're making me scratch my head. I'm gonna have to check out some of these other things. Horn of the Rhino sounds vaguely familiar. Donnie Darko's fantastic, but much less edgy boy than Boondock Saints. Yes, I would agree with that. I actually like the extended edition too, the like director's cut, better than the. I will say that movie hasn't really like aged that well. When I rewatched it, I didn't like it as much. Honestly, though, my favorite part of that movie is not all the time travel stuff. I actually really love the Patrick Swayze subplot. That's my favorite part of the movie, is watching Patrick Swayze go down for his little dungeon in his basement or whatever. That's the best. It is interesting too to see Jake Gyllenhaal and Maggie Gyllenhaal so young, already like doing some pretty solid acting. Devastate, one of my favorite songs on Discovery, great song. No Parkway Drive, man, not a fan. It came up earlier, just not into it. I've listened to Deep Blue and all that. There was a time where I liked some of that, but I never. They're all right. High School Memory Questionnaire. Who remembers Abandon All Ships and Icy Stars? I do remember Icy Stars, and Abandon All Ships sounds kind of familiar. Horizons, Atlas, and Deep Blue are very fun albums to headbang to. They have their moments. I can't remember which one, but there's a song I like from them that has a music video where it's like first person. And it's like, I want to say the like world is like turning into like it's like transforming around him, and the whole thing like is first person. Maybe you know what I'm talking about. That song's pretty cool. I think that's a track from either Atlas or Deep Blue. Also, my phys ed teacher is super into metalcore and pop punk. That's sick. Yes, Atlas. That Harakiri for the Sky album is just too damn long. It is very long, but it doesn't feel long to me. I even said that in my review. Like, normally that's my first complaint, but that one kind of breezed by for me. I don't know if you like Acid Bath, but man, it sucks that only 2 albums were released. Their music was too legit to quit. Never really super got into them, but I haven't really listened to them much, to be honest, so I can't really make a statement on that. Found it because he was playing the August Burns Red Christmas album in online class. Nice. Yeah, it's going to be fun to see, like, I mean, that's kind of where we're at, is, like, people of that age are now, like, you know, teachers and stuff, so that's fun. I ain't a fan, but they were quite popular in time of NZ. Deep Blue was everywhere. All's Imagine Dying Fetus becoming a screamo band and wearing emo hairstyles. All right, let me get through this this section here. We've got Borknagar with The Olden Domain, another classic. Botch, y'all. Botch. If you like mathcore, Botch is required listening. It is not optional. So if you don't know who this is and you don't know this album, you need to go on Google right now and buy a copy or at least add it to your Spotify or whatever, because this album, We Are the Romans, is fucking legends. This belongs up there with Calculating Infinity and all that. The early Converge stuff. Botch is legend. So get you some Botch, because they are awesome. And also that is if you've ever wondered what's the like weird vinyl up there with the face painted person, that's Narrows, and that has the vocalist from Botch, and they only dropped 2 albums to my knowledge, so not a lot of content, but great stuff. What I miss? Yeah, Botch. You already know I'm gonna react when you bring up Botch. Hell yeah, dude. Borknagar, the backup vocalist from Dimmu Borgir. He's so you're talking about ICS Vortex, who is no longer in Dimmu Borgir, unfortunately, because man, that was such a great era for them. ICS Vortex, I believe, is in the current iteration of Borknagar, but he was not in the original lineup, because that's a much earlier album. I think I'm getting that right. You like Harm's Way? Hell yeah, dude. And I have a Harm's Way album on the shelf if we ever get to H, which I doubt we will today. We'll have to make this a multi-part series. Tony Danza? Yes, dude. I like Tony Danza, but I just haven't, for no reason, I just haven't spent a lot of time with them, so I need to. Dead Boy and the Elephant Man is really good if you like Dax Riggs. Tony Danza, yes. Miss Vortex. Yeah, dude, Vortex is such a critical element of what made Dimmu Borgir so perfect. And so to have him out is just like a huge loss to the band. What is your collection? Crown Jewel? Ugh, that's like impossible. Man, I don't know. I don't know if I could answer that. I really don't. I feel like it would have to be something that's like kind of hard to come by. So no, it's one of those things where I'm like, maybe I'll know it when I see it. So I'm gonna kind of keep going along here. Danza 4, Peak, Josh Travis rocking out in Immure. I'm not a big Immure fan though, to be honest. Oh, here we go. Brand of Sacrifice, of course, the album I've can't shut the fuck up about this whole year. You'll hear about it 10 more times, 100 more times probably, until we get to 2022, so just fucking get used to it. Great album. Burzum, Philosophem. My favorite Burzum album, easily. And Cabal, might as well grab the other one too. If you want some really sick, like blackened deathcore from Denmark, and I have an interview with the vocalist from this too, Check out Cabal. The latest one was Drag Me Down. But this is just groovy, dark, ugly, kind of genty, but also very blackened deathcore, underrated deathcore band. I'm hoping that these guys continue to gather a following because they are very good. Yes, I was into From Autumn to Ashes, absolutely, and I have 2 of their albums on the shelf. But again, I don't know if we'll get to F because we're going very, very slow here. Yeah, people give me crap about loving Amur. Dude, it's fine. If you like Amur, that's fine. I find them to be really generic and boring. What was the other band? Glass Cloud. Are you talking about Glass Cloud or Glass Jaw? Because I do love me some Glass Jaw. Are you a Silverstein fan? I'm okay with Silverstein. Current lineup, Glassjaw has several members of Glass Cloud in it. Is that real? They went from glass to glass? Interesting. Is Mayhem still a racist band? Sorry to ask. I want to get into them, but I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't really follow current Mayhem, so I don't have an answer for that. Plus, I'm always like, if I don't know them personally, then I just don't feel comfortable answering that anyways. Do you like Orange Goblin or Acid King? To an extent, but we had a conversation earlier that I'm just not really that into that style. But as far as people who do that style, they do it among the best. All right, let me put these back. And head to the next section here. Ooh, I see a few other high school albums on here that we'll be getting to. What do we got? Ooh, the Callous Dowboys. Now, flipping the script, if you want the best modern mathcore album out there from one of the most exciting new bands in the genre, get Die on Mars. Blew me away. Blew me the fuck away. And Carson's a homie. Love Carson. He's hilarious. He's been on the podcast twice. He's a fellow Red Letter Media fan, so we had fun talking about that. They're fantastic. Cannibal Corpse, Skeletal Domain, my personal favorite Cannibal Corpse album. That is actually the only Cannibal Corpse album I own physical, because I just love it so much. Capra. Awesome for you Every Time I Die fans, but also like just hardcore, female fronted, really intense, visceral shit. Awesome. Tyler, another homie, another band I had on the podcast. Enjoyed talking to him. Here's that Karish Angren album I was just talking about. The only Karish Angren album I have on physical. Somebody brought up Car Bomb earlier. We got Meta. I don't have Mordial. I like Meta better, honestly, but Car Bomb's Car Bomb, man. Car Bomb's fucking sick. They're where it's at. Catching up with Chad Hasty and Durasia Lang were in Glass Cloud. Sludge and Stoner are my favorite metal genres, despite being straight edge. Mayhem was ever a racist band. I don't know. Glass Cloud's debut album is so damn underrated. Do you like Code Orange? I love Code Orange. Code Orange is fucking sick. I know there are those haters out there, but they're just haters. They are like the big thing. I love that they're doing, like, they're being so smart with their marketing too by like licensing their songs out for like wrestling intros and stuff like that. Like, they are just taking over. Callous Dowboys, so good, so ridiculous. My phone died, dang it. I don't see a lot of Every Time I Die comparisons, but I love Capra for the Rollins-esque stuff and the vocals. Code Orange is great. We've got Carcass, Heartwork. Speaking of Carcass, so we also have Surgical Steel. We got Carnifex with World War X. I believe maybe they're working on new stuff. I'm not positive on that, so don't quote me on it. And my personal favorite Cattle Decapitation album, the Anthropocene, I can never say this right, Extinction. Love that cover too. That's just a really neat cover. We also have Death Atlas from Cattle Decapitation, which I didn't like as much as the Anthropocene Extinction. But it's still good. It's got some bangers for sure. The new Code Orange, I bought it randomly and regretted it. Not. It's amazing. Yeah, dude, it's so good. Ooh, another deeper cut here. We've got CB Murdoch with Here Be Dragons. Really awesome, progressive, technical death metal that, again, has really good songwriting, good melody to it. Kind of obscure. People don't really know who they are. But that was one of my favorite albums of that year. And yeah, it rips. If you like like Hans Grossman's projects and stuff, you will enjoy CB Murdoch. Let's see. Is Cattle Decapitation Death Grind? Yes, technically. We got Celtic Frost with 2 Megatherion. Gotta love those covers because I'm a big Giger fan. Ever since I was like in grade school, my friend introduced me to Giger and Alien, and yeah, cool. Rest in peace to Giger too. This is Ceremony of Silence with Autis. This was a cool kind of I don't know how to describe it. Sort of like black metal, but a little post metal in there too. Cool album, very expansive. We got Cult of Fire, another great album cover here. They are a just sick Czech, I think, black metal band. And this has some like sitar in it too, like in the intro and outro. But there's a lot of like Middle Eastern themes or Eastern. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Just checking the chat. People just having a conversation. What's stoner without the weed? I know, right? Chamber, Cost of Sacrifice. Another great metallic hardcore album that came out last year. Or metalcore, depending on what you want to call it. Then we get into The Chariot. Love The Chariot. The debut is my least favorite, honestly. But we've got The Fiancé. We've got Wars and Rumors of Wars, which is my personal favorite. I think this could be like considered a crown jewel because it's kind of rare, like to get physicals of this. They're numbered. They're hand numbered. Like that's pen written. I was lucky to get this off of eBay. Chariot, Long Live. In case you don't know who The Chariot is, the original vocalist from Norma Jean from the first album where they were known as Norma Jean, he left and started The Chariot. And then we have One Wing, of course, to wrap out that collection. Oh, and we are getting to Code Orange. Speak of the devil. Do you like Norma Jean? I love Norma Jean. I have all the Norma Jean albums as well. Vital Remains or Immolation. Immolation somewhat. I haven't really listened to much Vital Remains. Dude, Chariot is sick. They're so good. Look at that. Another high school pick here. Chevelle with Wonder What's Next. And my other favorite Chevelle album, Sci-Fi Crimes. This album is, it's like perfect. Like of that era, that particular sound they do, I think that's the best they've ever done it. Here we go. Children of Bodom. People asked about that. I do have Hate Crew Death Roll. And I have Are You Dead Yet? Which I actually I know a lot of people don't like this album for some reason. But I really love melodic death metal. And to me, this is more like riff-driven melodic death metal. It has less like wankery on it. And yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's a really fun album to me. So that's my personal favorite of theirs. Yeah, I've listened to a little bit of New Chevelle. It is pretty good from what I heard. Yeah. Oh, you lived in during the Ludacris era. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I have on iTunes. I have the Ludacris debut, the technical debut. Do you know Haste the Day? Oh yeah, of course, dude. The battle's over, my heart moves on. Yeah, and I remember that. That was my shit. I loved that music video. What are your favorite black and death metal bands? More spiritual, like Evangelist. Speaking of which, like I'm cool with the the guitar player from Evangelist, or before they split and the unpleasantness happened. So like Evangelist. I mean, lately, kind of like Woad, and then, God, I'm like blanking right now because my brain is on all these other ones I've been looking at. There's a lot. There's a lot of stuff like that I like. I'd even kind of put Portal in there a little bit. Also, what's that band? Summoning Hour is really cool. Stuff like that. Are You Dead has one of their best albums. Hell yeah. Dechristianized by Vital Remains. Essential. I'll have to check that out then. I miss Death Clock, dude. We got some Death Clock on here, trust me. And I saw them live when they did that Adult Swim tour, and it was fucking sick. Hate Crew Death Roll is my favorite. Are You Dead Yet is full of bangers. Nereteus is great. Metalocalypse is one hell of a show. I hope you heard, Vada Vada, that they are doing a Metalocalypse movie to finally wrap up the storyline, which I'm super stoked about. Also Venture Bros, which I'm a fan of as well. I came up on all that early Adult Swim stuff. Aqua Teen, C-Lab, all that. Mermaider. Yo, Death. What's up, Pair of Jeans Reviews? Latecomer you. Death Clock rules. Do you still have your first ever album that you've bought? Yes. I forget which order they are, but I still have my copy of Green Day Dookie, and I have Everclear's So Much for the Afterglow. Those were both super early. I think it's one of those. Which band you want to come back that broke up? Honestly, most of the time when bands break up, I kind of want them to stay broken up for the most part. Like, I feel like that leaves more of a legacy, and so many comeback albums are shit. Some are really good, like I was just talking about Beneath the Massacre earlier, just blowing their early shit out of the water. But if I could have one band come back that broke up, I kind of had my wish come true with Sixth a couple years back, and then it would be kind of cool to have more Botch. Actually, you know what? Poison the Well, which is never going to happen. Like, I spoke with Chris Hornbrook on the podcast. Like, he's pretty adamant. Like, it's just not going to happen. Despite all of these other early metalcore groups getting back together. Metalocalypse, movie I'm hyped for. Saw him live 2011, San Jose. Hell yeah. Not super into Children of Bodom, so I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm off topic. Home movies, dude. Yeah, dude. Pre-Metalocalypse, man. Brandon Small's just getting started with that. Or Brandon? I forget which one it is now. Dude, home movies with McGurk. And that was my introduction to, was it John C. Benjamin? Is that his name? Please check out Means and Prometheus Nox and Sun Wukong. They are a Greek metal band. All right, I'll have to try to remember that. Aqua Teen's still a show I watch and laugh at a lot. Dude, Aqua Teen's the shit. In fact, after I'm done here, maybe instead of gaming, I should just do that. They made one album, they disbanded. Carcass comeback album with Surgical Steel is one of my favorites. That is a good one. It is one of their best. Dillinger Escape. I don't want Dillinger to come back, though. I feel like they went out at the top of their game. I don't want them to tarnish their legacy. Like, just let it lie. Have you listened to Anatomia, Corporal Torment, Great Death Doom, Funeral Doom album? I'm just not really... I'm especially not really into Funeral Doom, so that doesn't necessarily sound up my alley, but I've been surprised before. But no, I've not listened to that. The reason Botch broke up was Victory Records being super aggressive with their contract. I was talking with Jamie from Victory, and he said they had the choice between Atreyu and Botch to sign. Ouch. Ouch. That's a big ouch. T-Fags, you don't like Children of Bodom. Wasn't Corpse Grinder featured on a Metalocalypse episode? Yes. There were a lot of big metal artists. And also their drummer was Gene Hoglan for a minute, if I remember correctly. The Last Day Breathing and Eternal Snow, I just haven't listened to that bunch. Can confirm was at the last Dillinger Escape Plan show is the best I've seen them. I'm so jelly. Listen to Living Dead Beat and Sledgehammer at least, dude. Yeah, Living Dead Beat's the shit. All right. Wrapping up this section. Ooh, got some more throwbacks here, gentlemen. We have Cold Chamber. Now, I would put this almost in guilty pleasure category because these albums have not aged well. I thought these albums were fucking fire in high school. They're not very good. Especially I still love Loco in certain tracks, but then there's weird shit on here. Like, there's that Amir of the Desert track, which is just super racist and weird. Yeah, I don't know. But I do like chamber music. Chamber music has some really good songs. Like, I love Tyler's song. I like Mist and Tragedy. I like Untrue. People give this album shit because of Shock the Monkey, but there's so many other good songs on here that's kind of a moot point. And then I do have Dark Days, which I kind of didn't like when it came out, but it's got some bangers like Fiend and the title track. There's some good shit on there. So yeah, definitely some throwbacks with that. Yeah, Big Truck. From dude, Dillinger played with Daughters and Code Orange. Holy fuck, dude. What a show. What a fucking show. That's amazing. I'm so jealous. I did get to see Code Orange with Meshuggah, though, so that was pretty sick. Man, Daughters is so cool. Let's see. Preciado's solo stuff, yeah, it's pretty good. I do like Devil Driver. Maybe we will get to it. We're in the C's, so we might get to the D's. Cold Chamber did age terrible. Yeah, dude, it's not very good, unfortunately. Yeah, dude, listen to the track Amir of the Desert from the debut. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's just that, like, it's a sign of the times, you know. It was, like, funny back in the day to, like, do impressions of, like, Middle Eastern or Indian people or whatever and give them that voice. And that's that song, is, like, he's, like, singing this goofy random, it's not even a real song. He's like singing this goofy little thing in this like Middle Eastern stereotypical voice, and it's just dumb. It's just really dumb. Yeah, it was Code Orange was still cool. Dude, Code Orange is, you're saying Code Orange is not cool now? What the fuck you say? Demon Hunter, I never super got into them either. I've got Cobalt's Slow Forever, and I kept the bill for the show I went to with them. That was when I met Charlie for the first time of Cobalt and Lord Mantis, and it's been a friend. Had some like late night conversations and everything. We haven't talked in a little while, but he's a cool dude. He's been on the podcast twice, too. I have some cool pictures from that show, too. Speaking of Code Orange, we have the I Am King. And then we, of course, have Forever, which is like the Ultimate Gym album. And then, of course, we have Underneath, which was my favorite album of last year. Ooh, another collection. Another collection here. Say What You Want about Fantano, but his 10 on You Won't Get What You Want was 100% earned. Absolutely, dude. I love You Won't Get What You Want. Even last Megadeth had some questionable political lyrics about the Middle East. So where's your Christian metal albums with Joel Osteen on it? I don't think I have any of those. Oceano really hit a groove of bangers after Incisions and kind of just fell back. Forever is top 10 core albums ever. Absolutely. Incisions was amazing. I miss those days. So another collection here, Coheed, which technically, like, it's been back and forth. Sometimes it's with the metal album, sometimes it's not. Their instrumentation can get pretty metal, but they're not necessarily a metal band, but whatever. I've got all of the classic quadrilogy, and then I also have Year of the Black Rainbow, and then I kind of like don't love the albums after that. I did do a tier list of Coheed, but they came back in a big way with What's the name of this one? The Creatures, something Creatures. Love this album. Really good. Enjoyed that one a lot. Okay, we've got another throwback album, Cold. I don't know if y'all remember this, 13 Ways to Bleed. This is actually a pretty good album, or at least it has some solid songs on it. They got signed by Fred Durst. It's produced by Fred Durst. And Aaron Lewis from Stained makes an appearance on here, but that's classic. Yes, I do like Unearth. I don't love Unearth like some people, but I do like some of their albums. We got Coma Cluster Void, which is really sick technical death metal. Little gore gutsy, but less impenetrable. Another collection here. We're getting into Converge. So we got When Forever Comes Crashing Down. We got Jane Doe. We got You Fail Me. We've got No Heroes. These are like pinnacle like 2000s artwork too, if you ask me. Axe to Fall. All We Love We Leave Behind, and Dusk, The Dusk in Us. My babies. I love Converge. No bad albums. No bad albums. Little mini... Yeah, all the hearts for Converge. Make Them Suffer. Yes, I love, dude. Make Them Suffer. Their newer stuff is so good. Cold is a ripoff of Stain that puts it in F tier. That album's pretty good though, I'm telling you. Like, go back and re-listen to it. It's actually pretty solid. Claudio's great live. Hated Incisions. Do you have folk doom or black folk albums? Yes, I do. More so in my iTunes than on the shelf, but yeah, I love like black and folk stuff. I do have a Nocturnal Mortem. Speaking of more bands that have been canceled. Converge, the actual goats for sure. I've never heard of Cold. Dude, listen to that album. Check it out. They did a weird... I did not like anything they did after that. They did a song actually with Rivers Cuomo from Weezer called Stupid Girl on their second album. It was all over the radio, and I could not escape that album. All We Love means so much to me. Yeah, The Dusk in Us too, for me too, because there's a lot of stuff about like fatherhood on there that hits pretty hard. Facts POJ, All We Love We Leave Behind, The Dusk in Us. Really enjoyed every Converge album, even the debut. All We Love. I remember buying the album when it came out. We also mentioned Cradle. So a little mini collection here. I don't have a lot of it, but I do have Dusk and Her Embrace, which of their early albums is my favorite. And then I have the two newest ones, which I need to be careful about showing here because they're not the censored ones. This one's fine to show, Hammer of the Witches. And then this one I need to be a little bit more careful of. So, what was the name of this? Cryptoriana. Really great albums. I don't know how many of you have the album, but if you unfold, if you look in the artwork in here, there is some... there's a lot of nudity. There's a lot of nudity and a lot of weirdness, and like a woman having sex with like a Lovecraftian monster and stuff I cannot show on the cast here. In fact, I posted pictures of it on Facebook at one point and they got banned. And I think I got a temporary suspension for it too. Alright, wrap up this section here. Later, dude. Yeah, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna go on here. Oh, cool. Did you send me your segment? Awesome. Cradle of Filth, Hammer of the Witches, amazing. Quote, my favorite podcast. I got so much offensive band merch from Cradle of Filth. Hell yeah, dude. Cruelty and the Beast is great as well. Alright, then we also have Cryptosis, my favorite thrash metal of the my favorite thrash metal of the year so far. Love how proggy it is and the sci-fi elements. Fucking sick album. I don't know if we have, since we have Daughters fans, do we have some Cult Leader fans? I've got A Patient Man, which has a really cool packaging too, with the artwork slides out of the cutout. Cult of Lilith, one of my standouts from last year. Really cool kind of a progressive symphonic-y metal. I don't know. It's good. I made my girl at the time take me to Hot Topic to get All We Love the day it came out, insisting I needed it. I was in like 10th grade and I did. Cult Leader is one of the very best modern mathcore bands. Yeah, they're really cool. We got Cult of Luna with their collab with Julie Christmas, which is actually the only Cult of Luna album I really enjoy. I love how their sound melds with Julie's vocals. Would love to hear more of that. Cultus de Gulis, Henbane. Required black metal listening for something a little bit more obscure and weird. Highly recommend. Yes, Cytotoxin for our radioactive technical death metal needs. These guys are great. They're out of Germany. I think they're out of Germany. Really fun. They're on Unique Leader. Highly recommend that. Super brutal, but without losing like the songwriting. Dolly Thundering Concept, more obscure, kind of like genty progressive band. I have a video that is going to reference these guys in a couple weeks, but really cool stuff. Recommend checking them out. We're getting into a big collection for me. This pulls at the heartstrings here because one of my favorite bands, Dark Tranquillity. So we're starting. Yeah, dude, Cytotoxin's good, man. Check them out. They're like brutal, technical. But again, like I don't usually like super brutal stuff, but they do enough with the songwriting that it sticks out. Metal is my relationship. I've never been in a relationship. I'm attracted, but apparently since I'm a metalhead and goth, I'm not going to get... Dude, that's not true. Don't say that. Like, that's stupid. There's a lot of... Not to say you're stupid, but that statement is just wrong. Like, there's so many people out there. And it doesn't even matter, too. Like, there are people out there who like the same stuff that you do that you will meet, and it will kick it off. And then there's me and my my significant other. She is not really into metal at all. She likes some stuff like Amon Amarth, but it doesn't matter. Like, she likes her stuff, I like my stuff, and it's fine. Newest Cytotoxin is insanely cool. Cult Leader, hell yeah. Heal Me, yeah. Dolly Thundering Concept is amazing. Yes, dude, I'm glad you know who they are. A lot of people don't. Do you like In Flames' new stuff or old? Mostly the old. Girlfriend really into Metallica, but that's about it. I think she might try to leave me for Lars. Oh no. Oh no, that would be embarrassing. Alright, so Dark Tranquillity. We have The Gallery. We have the Mind's Eye. We have... Finally get down to the third row here. Oh no, I bent that one. Boo. Oh man, I forget how big this collection is. Alright, we have Haven. We have Projector. We've got Damage Done, my personal favorite and my introduction to the band. And this is a high school boss album. Character, which I picked up in college. Fiction, which I initially did not like, but now it's in my top 3. We Are the Void, which is just kind of okay. Construct, which is also just kind of okay. I love Atoma. And then Moment was better than okay, but not as good as the others. So lots of big Dark Tranquillity fan. No, dude, you're not stupid. You're just overthinking stuff. Trust me. Like, shit gets better. It really does. And people stop being dicks, and you meet people who it just works with. Do you like noise stuff like Emmett, Gnawther Tongues? I do like some Gnawther Tongues. Gnawther Tongues did a collab with... I'm forgetting who at the moment, and it has a completely different name to it, but that was one of my favorites. Neltrote, I do like Neltrote. Tetragrammacyde, I like some of that too. Dark Tranquillity, dude, yeah, Dark Tranquillity way better than In Flames. If you ask me, this is the best melodic death metal band. They have been so consistent. In Flames is somehow both in my top 10 best and worst bands. Yes, I can relate to that. Yes, I do like Arch Enemy. Mostly, we talked about it a little bit earlier. I'm mostly into the Angela era stuff. Dark Tranquillity. good modern as well. Quick question: what subgenre of metal would Gordon Ramsay play if he was in a band? Dude, he'd be in like grindcore or something. I feel like I don't know what it is, but something about his energy and his impulsive aggression. It just has this like grindcore chaos to it. Amazing. Last Day Breathing Eternal Snow. Definitely gore grind. Yeah. Angela Gassel, best era for sure. Dragged into Sunlight. Yeah, I think that was it. It was Dragged into Sunlight and Gnaw Their Tongues. And they called it... What did they call it? It like had a different name encapsulating it. But anyways, that was a really good album. Ooh, okay. These are babies too. I'd say these are crown jewels as well. Because I got the 3 classic Dark Throne albums all on the my favorite type of case, which is that book style case with the spine and everything, and it also comes with commentary from Fenris, which is actually really entertaining. You can find most of them on YouTube. I highly recommend re-listening to these albums with Fenris's commentary because he is really interesting and also just amusing too. But yeah, these are all very cool and more than I normally spend on a CD, but they were worth it, I think. Another collection. I have a lot of collections. Yeah, I have quite a few bands that I just like to follow. So we've got Darkest Hour. Going back to metalcore again. Mark of Judas. This is also bought from that same CD store that I got The Silent Circus and Hot Damn and the other album I mentioned earlier. Now I'm forgetting what it was. We've got So Sedated, So Secure. We've got Hidden Hands of a Sadist Nation. Undoing Ruin, one of my personal favorites, but then also Deliver Us, which is excellent and also one of my favorite album covers from them. We've got The Eternal Return and The Godless Prophets and The Migrant Flora, which I was supposed to see them perform live, but the show got canceled because of fucking snowstorms everywhere, so that kind of sucked. But this is a sick album. Like, they're still killing it. They kind of fell off for a while, but they are back on it again. Darkest Hours At the Gates Court. Yeah, basically, but they do it so well, so it's like whatever. Daughters, here it is. Gotta listen to this album. It's so good. A Day to Remember, my personal favorite album from them. What Separates Me From You. Followed by more Death Karma. Death Karma is so good. Oh, this is folded up wrong. This is that Czech band again. I think they're Czech. Love that artwork. Very cool. Speaking of Black Death, like this is Black Death that I really enjoy. Highly would recommend that. You don't care for Darkest Hour. That's a little surprising for me. They got some real bangers, man. Oh, and here they are. Or no, not yet. We're almost there. We got some Death Spell. I lucked out because I went to the CD store here in Portland like around the time that Death Spell was getting canceled, and I found a bunch of their stuff in the used bin. I could tell somebody like returned all their stuff because they're like, oh, they're canceled, so whatever. So I picked up Foss. They had more stuff too, but and then I also have the Synarchy of Molten Bones, which I really enjoy. It's not a full album, but holy fuck, dude, like this is their like it's ripping. The guitars are just ripping on this one. And then I've got the Furnaces of Pelaginesis. So yeah. Where's the lamb sauce? And then here we go. We were talking about Death Clock. We got the Death Clock trilogy. Death Clock 2, and Death Album 3. I don't have the fourth one where it's more of the like opera kind of one. I'm just not as into that one. But I love all these albums. Like they're They're really good. People think of it as like a joke, but Brendan is a Juilliard trained musician. He knows what the fuck he's doing. And then, like I said, I'm fairly certain he has Gene Hoglan on the drums for at least one or two of these albums. I'd have to look at the liner notes, but it's getting late and I'm not going to do that right now. Let's see. I probably am going to wrap up soon because it's like 9:30 here. My ears are starting to hurt from the mask. My voice has been given out this whole time. But I'll go a little bit longer. Maybe I can at least get through like this row before we get to these. What else we got here? Oh, another collection. Deftones. We got Adrenaline. Around the Fur. Albums that I've had forever. White Pony too. I've had that since high school. I bought this in high school too, even though I was really disappointed with it when it first came out, but I've learned to enjoy it. Saturday Night Wrist. I got in college. Diamond Eyes. Also, I remember I was still an undergrad during this because I remember vividly when I heard Rocket Skates for the first time online, and I was like, holy shit, what a banger. Koi no Yokan, another one of my personal favorites up top. And then we've got Ohms, and you'll notice no Gore. I have still not bought Gore. I kind of like refuse to. If I ever see it in a bin for like $3, I'll probably pick it up. And then I also have the B-sides and rarities, which I could also consider to be kind of a crown jewel, because I'm not sure if this is still in print, but it's got some really cool stuff on it. And I got that for my like Christmas, I think, in high school again. Ooh, we are gonna get to Devil Drive. Let's see. Do I play video games at all? Yes, I used to be a huge gamer, but I just don't have as much time. I might play a little bit after this, depending. I gave my gamer tag at the beginning too. I'll even put it in the chat again. So this is my gamer tag. I am on Xbox Live, but usually if I'm on, it's because we're watching Netflix or something. So don't spam me with messages. If you want to friend me, that's fine. But if you ever see me on a game, I tend to replay older stuff like Halo, Destiny 2, Borderlands 3 sometimes, sometimes Grand Theft Auto 5. And then I have Game Pass too, so I've been testing out some other new ones. Yeah, I have an Xbox. I have an Xbox, the new one. I was lucky enough to snag one. It's 12:30 a.m. on a Sunday in Buffalo. Dang. Thank you for sticking it out. Diamond Eyes, their best. See, a lot of people say that. I just fully disagree. Like, I like Diamond Eyes enough, but I just don't think it's that great. Do I have Gojira albums? Yes, I do. Absolutely. The classics. Yes, it's 12:30 a.m. in Boston. Ulcerate, Evangelist, Abyssal, Dark Throne, Svart, I can never pronounce the name right. And Misburming. Great list. That encapsulates a lot of my favorites too. Dark Throne feels a little bit out of place on that list, but Ulcerate, man. Ulcerate's good. Misburming's good too. Their latest one I was a little bit disappointed because it felt kind of very normal versus their weirder earlier stuff, and I talked about Abyssal earlier. From this section, we've got... Oh, what happened in this case? Depravity. Kind of a cool death metal band from Transcending Obscurity Records that I'd recommend. And then here are the Devil Driver ones. I remember I waited... I drove to Best Buy the night this came out, but unfortunately they were closed, and I remember they wouldn't let... I even asked them, like, could you just... I know what I want, can you let me in to get it? I was like so stoked about this album, and I still really enjoy it. It's a solid album. I got to see them perform it live. Unfortunately, their performance was not very good. Like, they were not very good live at Sounds of the Underground. And I've heard that too about other performances, although I've heard that about Deftones too, and I saw Deftones at Lollapalooza and they were great. We've got The Fury of Our Maker's Hand, The Last Kind Words. Those first three are kind of my favorites. Winter Kills has its moments. And actually, Trust No One, even though this goes down as one of the worst album covers of all time. It is just so obvious and so poorly made. And I remember seeing this and being like, fuck, that is really bad. But the music won me over. Like, this is a really solid album. Their new one I did not like very much. I put up a review of that, and I was not particularly enthused by it. But yeah, they got their stuff. Whew. All right. Love Diamond Eyes, my favorite. Post-hardcore influence. Dark Throne's good. Yeah, people are starting to peter off here, so yeah, it's a good time to wind down. So I will finish this rack, and then we will wrap up. Dillinger, we already talked about, but I already pulled these out too, so we don't need to do that. I've got all those Dillinger albums, and then we talked about Dimmu. We've got me some Dimmu. We've got Enthroned Darkness Triumphant, Spiritual Black Dimensions. I can't can't really show that one. Puritanical Euphoric Misanthropia. Censoring that for you. Death Cult Armageddon, which was the big one that got me into them originally. In Sorti Diaboli, which I love Gateways. That no, that's on the next album. Never mind. But there's some good tracks on there too. I've got Stormblast, the redone one, which is actually really good, like better than any redone album should be. Got Abrahadabra, that's the one with Gateways. And then Aeonian, which I know a lot of people shit on, but it felt like a very stripped back version of them, almost calling back to their earlier albums. So I kind of liked Aeonian. They haven't made an album I didn't really like. Even though I agree that without ICS Vortex, it's just not the same. I already mentioned I have Dissection, Storm of the Light's Bane. Yeah, we did Between the Buried and Me. You were here for that, weren't you? Cujo, the movie. Who said Cujo? Yeah, we did BT Bam those. It's all alphabetical, so. What else we got here? We got a couple of random ones here. We got Dodecahedron, which is a really sick, just ominous black metal album. Their vocalist, I think their vocalist like died or something though, so that's a bummer. The first Dope album, here's another throwback. I actually still kind of enjoy Felons and Revolutionaries for what it is. We got The Drip, which is some sick like power violence, metallic hardcore kind of stuff. Something Abagora over Somberlane. I do not have, unfortunately, any Moonspell albums. Not on purpose, but I just don't. I got Wrong One to Fuck With from Dying Fetus. Also, another one I'm proud of. I've got the Nightside, in the Nightside Eclipse, also in the book spined version. Very cool. Love this one. It's also my back patch. Actually, I should show that because a lot of you don't see the back of my vest in the videos. But there you go, in all of its glory. There's the back patch for that to match. Ooh, Employed to Serve. Another really awesome female-fronted metallic hardcore band. If you like Code Orange, you will like Employed to Serve. Especially like the Forever era stuff, I feel like. So, yeah, that's really good. And then, of course, we have Anthems to the Welkin at Dusk, just the standard jewel case for that one. What else we got here? we're gonna end with one last collection actually. So we will dip into the next row real short, but yeah. Yeah, dude, Skinny Puppy up there. Yeah. All right, so we've got Emptiness. We're getting into Emptiness. I still need to buy the new album, but we've got Nothing But the Whole and Not for Music. Can't recommend Emptiness enough. We've got End, which is one of the heaviest albums of last year in terms of metallic hardcore and metalcore. It's like a super group too. I forget all the bands that are involved in this, but suffice it to say that there's a lot of talent going into this one. I've never really thought of Emperor as being super problematic, but that's just me. Enslaved, we've got the self-titled, we've got Iron, we've got Victory Songs, and we have Two Paths. So some folk metal there for you. Saw them live and have interviewed both the vocalist and the bassist. In fact, the bassist I got to sit down at the bar with before the show and in the green room. And Sammy's just like the nicest guy. He's like a teddy bear. And he's a substitute teacher in his spare time in Finland. So that was fun. You can check out that episode as well. And we will wrap this up. All right, we will wrap this up with the Enslaved discography, because that is what is on that next shelf. So we've got Frost, Dillinger, Veldy, of course, is right there. You can't really get a CD version of that. It's kind of difficult. We got Eld, Bloodhem, Mardram, my personal favorite and a very slept-on album. Kind of the best of all their elements, if you ask me. Monumention, Below the Lights, and then Isa, classic. Run, or Rune, Axioma Ethica Odini, another great album. Ugh, dropping shit again. Vertebrae, probably my least favorite, but it's got its moments. I do like Clouds and The Watcher. We got In Times. These are out of order. We got Ritter. We got M. And Utgard. So we've got the whole deck, yo. Fuck Pokemon, collect Enslaved albums. That's what I say. And yeah, that is where we'll cap it off today, because that's a lot. So we only got through basically the top 3, but that's fun. Like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna continue making videos as long as people are watching them. And yeah, we got plenty more albums to talk about in the future, but thank you so much for being here and chilling with me and making this a very successful stream. Try to do this like once a month or so. Please do every time I die before 1 a.m. Wait, didn't we do it? No, we didn't do that. Oh, they were right there too. That's like coming next. I'm going to have to leave you hanging, dude. They're all there, though. I'll tell you that much. They're all there. I don't think there's anything missing. Yeah, End Bangs. Emptiness, nice early stuff. Reminds me of Opeth and early Ulver. Singer from Counterparts, drummer Dillinger, and other. Yeah, there's a lot of people in End. You're like, it's my back patch, so meh. Enslaved, one of my top 10 favorite metal bands. Yeah, me too, man. They rocketed to the top. They've been so consistent and just constantly changing. Suicide Silence, yes, I do have, but obviously that's a lot further down because that's an S. And Pokemon fan for over 16 years now. Hell yeah, dude. My 7-year-old daughter is getting into the new game for the first time on the Switch, so that's kind of fun to see. Yeah. I think that'll do it for for tonight. We did, wow, 4 hours. Holy fuck, what is wrong with me? So yeah, keep watching the videos. Like I said at the beginning, the best thing you can do to help the channel is, even if you see a thumbnail for a video of mine that you're not that interested in, click it anyways, let it play, even if you're not paying attention, because that lets the YouTube algorithm know that, like, okay, I'm going to recommend this to 3 more people now. And if they watch it, then it'll recommend them to more people. And that's not just good for me, but also for the bands that I promote. And I want people to check them out so that they can have the same experiences y'all are having. And yeah, that's the best thing you can do. On top of that, like I said before, consider supporting the Patreon. Just $1 a month even. It adds up. It helps out. If you have ideas for perks and stuff that would be easy for me to do and not add a ton of extra workload, I'm open to ideas. But right now I'm just giving people early access to some of the videos, and join the Discord too. We're chatting on there every day, all of us creator crew. So that's been fun, just building up this community. But I am, yeah, really, wait, slouched face look when he says I'm going to leave you hanging. You remember suicide? Oh, Doris, yeah, Teehee. Teehee. Oh man, good times. Wait, would you ever collab with Quest for Metal? I have. We actually collabed twice. Both times on his channel, I think. We might have done one on his, one on mine. I can't remember, but that was a while ago. We did what did we do? I mean, that was that was last year, so that feels like forever ago. But we did. I just can't remember what we did. I think we did most disappointing albums. I remember that one. And I don't remember what the other one was. But yeah, we've collabed before. And we've got a Quest for Metal's not on it. Not as a snub, but just because, like, he's not on our Discord as much. He kind of has his own Discord. And that Discord just gets too busy for me, so I'm kind of like overwhelmed by it. But a bunch of us over in the Discord I started are going to be putting up a collab video pretty soon with like 5 of us on there. So I'm looking forward to that. Just waiting on segments so I can edit it together. Yeah, good night, everyone. Have a great Teehee time. Thanks again for being here and supporting the channel. And here's to 5,000 subs very soon, and 10,000. We'll work our way to that after that. So, yeah, have a good evening. Whatever else